it bites you. It
Really?
knows what it's doing.
Yeah. Hi, YouTube. We're just now starting to record on everything. Okay, so I need. What do I need? I need that camera. Can you sit up straight real quick? Just to see.
Yeah, I can.
Okay, that actually looks good. That and turn off this TV. All right, that looks good. Let me take a look at this camera. That looks good. This looks good. I might move this camera over a little bit. I'm not sure. Well, I don't know. It's kind of like rule of thirds, I guess. What do you think about this shot of us? I'm not sure if it's a little awkward. It's kind of sideways. I don't know if I want to do direct on, though. Because I don't know if I've ever really liked that camera view when we do that. Yeah. Are you okay with that? I don't know. Chat room, what do you think on that camera view there? Anyway, wait, is it really only 0 UTC, or is it, really? Is it 0 UTC? Wait, I'm trying to think.
I don't know UTC.
Right, I'm trying to think.
I know Fox time.
You know Fox time? Yeah, okay, it is. It is. Weird, I must have done calculations wrong that I thought I tweeted that FurCast aired at 200 UTC, and I guess it doesn't. Well, I know it's 1 a.m. UK, and UK is British summertime, which is 1 hour ahead of UTC. So yes, that is correct. It is actually 0 UTC. Okay.
It's like a raptor!
It is. Yeah, I know.
Fucking Christ.
All right, give me a sec. Hi, cat. Hi. You're going out of the room, cat. All right. That's right. I need to fix the one camera. Right. Cat, angry kitty.
It is such an angry cat. I don't understand why.
It's not angry, no. It's actually just a really friendly...
Love bites.
No, it's a really friendly, playful cat, but he doesn't understand his own strength, so he hurts, but he's actually trying to play. It's really kind of whatever, you know. Anyway, all right, I think we are mostly good. Let me just make sure we got these audio clips here. Ow, that was loud. That's good. We got the shout-outs. So let me just pull up Patreon shout-outs, make sure. Shout-outs. Cool, those are good. I'm not going to load news music because I have this to play first, which you'll see in a little bit. Fair, look how many tabs I have open of things to show. Like so many tabs. Dude, this is going to be the most packed show you guys have ever seen, probably. I have...
Oh, why? Did something happen? Is there news that's
Is
going on?
there a thing? Nothing happened. I don't know what you're talking about. That's, by the way, kind of the thing I'm going to go for the beginning of the show, I think. Oh, God. On my phone, I have a reminder to talk about snuggling with genitals from Effie. Do you remember that? I'm going to put that in the thing. Snuggling with... All right, I'm going to put that there. Let's see how many people we have tuned in. All right, so now I need to put push notifications. FurCast starts now.
If CJ was here, I just wanted to start with like the Three Stooges theme song. So bad.
Yeah, it's really too bad that CJ couldn't make it for this episode. That actually really sucks. But I understand he didn't want to miss that event. He already paid for that event, so...
He's already done with the event. He could have driven back. He's a whore.
There we go. Cart says good luck. Thanks, Cart. You just jinxed it. We're gonna have a horrible show now. Everything's just gonna fail.
He has too many legs anyways.
Yep. Power goes out. Generator won't start.
I have videos of Cart. Do you want to play them on air?
I have videos of Cart as well. I have plenty of stuff.
Did I send you the ones from
Yep.
MCFC?
Yep. You
Oh, good. Just want to make sure.
Yep.
What extra legs don't help you handle alcohol any better.
I know.
Yeah. The best part is the first video where he it ends and then he falls. And you just see me smiling.
Such an asshole.
Just want to prove that more legs does not mean more stability.
Well, hula hooping is different.
Well, that's a whole new level.
A hula hooping tour. I mean, I just imagine that a tour would hula hoop on their upper torso and on their lower torso. I don't know. I might be able to pull it off.
It'd be like a gyrating ass for the lower, maybe twerking, and then the upper one would have to be
I don't know. something like
I
that.
don't know. I don't think this works.
I'm gonna make this camera a quarter of a stop brighter. Hold on, let me just...
Because there's no way for the legs, like, you couldn't fail at the hula hoop in the midsection.
Right. By the way, for my reference, that's at f4 on the lens. Because I will listen in the future, and I'm sure I will judge the way that camera is set up. All right.
As tradition, we start 15 minutes late.
Yep, as tradition. Well, we're only 7 minutes late so far. So we got that shot on you. We got that shot on me. Cool. Pretty much just going to be those 3 camera shots and then the layout computer. And the encoding computer fan is kicked up. That's great. That's just totally great. Oh, and I need to update pfSense tonight as well. I have not updated the pfSense box in the studio because I didn't want to update the firmware on a firewall right before we're about to start FurCast. That would probably be a bad idea. But pfSense 2.3 does look amazing. Shout out to anybody who's tried it. I have not tried it yet. I have only seen screenshots and videos of how nice it looks.
So listen to that one audio clip that talked about us.
We're going to listen to it. Oh, you haven't?
No.
Oh, man, it's so good. I've got it queued in right there. We're going to listen to it.
Okay, good.
Did you saw the CBS broadcast about us, right?
No.
Yeah, you did. That was the original one. You saw it when you were at my house.
Yeah.
Did you see the other radio? It wasn't
Yes, with the old man.
NBC. Okay, good. I'm so glad you saw that one.
That one was my favorite.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about, though.
Talking about.
I still don't know what you're talking about, though.
So good. I can't wait to play that tonight. Man, I have such mixed feelings about the whole incident.
What incident?
What incident? I don't know what you're talking about. Nothing. Nothing happened at all. Let me just open the Revit thing right here. There we go. Cool. Just make sure I wasn't signed in. Oh my god. I am so... You know what? Do you mind if I just run and grab a drink? I'm just gonna go grab a Mountain Dew real quick. Oh my god. I'll be right back. Do you want anything, by the way? Can I get you... Oh, yeah, you have a Red Bull.
Glass of water, probably.
Glass of water. Yeah, you want a glass of water? I'll grab you one. You know what else I'm gonna do is just... Let me grab... just a track to put in the background. So there's not complete silence here. Oh, wait, actually, I thought of something else I need to do really fast. Sorry, we are so disorganized tonight, guys. We are kind of going out of our freaking minds here. So I'm going to do that, and then I need to do...
We're not disorganized.
We're not disorganized. We're just animals running a radio show.
Yeah, exactly.
That's exactly what you
know how hard it is to operate things with pause?
I know, it's so difficult. I'm doing it right now, and it sucks. There we go. So now the metadata is pushed, and now I can load that in. Cool. All right. All right, so be right back here. All right. God, we have so much stuff to go over. All right.
Thanks for the water.
Oh, shit. I'm sorry. I got distracted because somebody talked to me when I got down at the bottom of the stairs. They're having a bonfire in the backyard right now, by the way. Do you know that when we're done with the show, we can go make s'mores?
Fucking s'mores, don't... You make grilled cheese.
What? Who makes grilled cheese on a bonfire?
Men!
Beautiful. You just noticed you have the same Behringer audio interface? There are no Behringer things here. Oh, this is Behringer. But that's just a mixer for our headphones. That doesn't actually do the show. And the show is all done by Focusrite Gear. Okay, what to the shout out now? Oh my god, alright. Well, I gotta add something to a shout out apparently. Video is working.
I just realized that 2 hours ago.
What?
UBCon.
Yeah, UBCon's happening. That's one of the reasons that Leslie actually is not in our shoutouts this week. Guys, is the video... Yeah, video's up. FurCast Fox 659, try grab the new URLs, because all of our RTMP and HLS URLs changed. They had to, because of... because our streaming provider had to migrate stuff on our account. Did I retweet that? I don't think I did. Alright, cool. I think we are pretty much ready. Let me just pop open control of the graphics and do... Okay. I bought it for having phantom power. Wait, does that have... I don't think this one has phantom power. Dark Fox, if you're curious for an equipment list, go to xbn.fm/diagram. I think. Yeah, it's xbn.fm/diagram. And then near the bottom, not the exact bottom, but near the bottom, there should be the latest diagram of the studio. If you want to get a complete list. And good. Okay. I thought one of our mics was touching something. I am so fucking, like, just going out of my mind here for this show. So it should be pretty good. I'm going to just move that over just a little bit. Like that. There we go. Okay. Like that. Yeah, that's good. Maybe down. Nah, I'll leave it. Fuck it. Alright. It has phantom power. Where do you turn the phantom power on or off? Like, there's no switch for phantom power on that. I don't think this has phantom power. It says Zanks, but I don't think, no, I don't know. The little mini thing. I am stalling. I'm stalling because I'm, going out of my mind here, and this is really intense. Alright, so, you ready, Pharaoh?
Ready as ever be.
Alright, cool. Alright, so you're ready to go along with me here?
I guess.
I think, like I said, I think you'll find it appropriate. Alright, here we go. We're recording on everything good. Welcome to FurCast, episode 231. I'm your host of this evening, Paradox the Red Wolf.
I'm your host, Pharaoh the Blue Fox.
Oh, how you doing, Pharaoh?
Really good.
Really good? How was your 3 weeks off? Nothing happened. Pretty boring, right?
Always boring.
Oh, so boring. Nothing occurred. Yeah, isn't it great when nothing unusual in your life happens? It's just so good. You know, it was just, I was so glad to relax and have nothing crazy happen to me at all. So, yeah, welcome to FurCast, guys, episode 231. Just a completely normal show coming up ahead of you guys. Nothing weird going on here. Yeah.
That taste.
Yeah.
I taste a lie.
You taste a lie? You
Yeah.
think that's a lie? You think something went on this week? I don't know.
Everything's a lie from a wolf.
Okay, so we of course have to talk about what happened. This is, I'm not even sure how to talk about what happened, but we're going to talk about it.
You messaged me.
So, do you want to just start from the beginning? We can just tell this as a story.
A long, long time ago.
We can do that. So
Made cons interesting.
Yeah, it did make some cons interesting.
Can I first just say this?
What? Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, we're still gonna make the show. Don't worry about that, because this will continue happening.
Yeah, there were a lot of you guys who, let me just say, I just want to say, first of all, thank you to all of you guys who were concerned about us, all of you guys who, people, so many of you walked up to me at MCFC and all these cons. Yeah, seriously, though, no, seriously. So many of you were concerned that FurCast was going to be over forever after what happened. So let's start from the beginning. Let's just talk about this. So I was at work. I was in a server room because I'm a consultant IT guy. And I'm working on stuff.
And I was rewiring my house.
You were rewiring your house. And all of a sudden, my phone buzzes. And I'm like, oh, probably a text message or something. So I pull it out of my pocket, and no, it's an email to the FurCast email, because I get notified whenever FurCast receives an email.
As do I, but I don't look at it.
Right. I usually just check them, or like I mark them, I move them into the folder for the show and everything. And it's a message from a journalist at a CBS News affiliate, and the title of the email says "Care to comment." I'm like, that's weird. So I open the email, and it's a CBS journalist saying, so do you care to comment on the incident? And I'm like,
that'd be so weird if he never reached out to us.
Yeah, I wonder if we would have known.
We probably never would have known.
I wonder if we would have known. So, I'm sure people would have told us over time, because
I think that'd have been more funny.
Yes.
Yeah, that'd definitely be more funny. But
he then says, "Oh, don't worry, I'm also going to tweet at you." So I go and I quickly check Twitter, and sure enough, the guy had tweeted at the FurCast Twitter, and there's a link to a news page, and okay. For those of you who have no clue what's going on, for those of you who are maybe listening back, maybe you're the way in the future listening back.
Yar, shivery me. Being a pirate is alright to be. Do what you want, because a pirate is free, because apparently we're pirates.
Apparently we're pirates. Apparently, no, we're not. Let me just explain this as
pirates,
as simply as I can, and as quickly as I can.
I'm Steve, the pirate.
Okay. Here's how it went. Apparently, several
pirates
radio stations. Stop. Seriously, stop. Because first of all, we're not pirates, and actually, that confused multiple media. Seriously,
I'm sorry.
It's funny.
That's made me like.
It's funny, but it's not.
Oh, you're
funny.
pirates, aren't you? You're shivery tea, hijacking radio stations all across the U.S. Ah, I see you in New York.
So, you know what? Why don't we just
go on? You can continue now. I apologize. I couldn't get over the pirate part in the very beginning.
Right. Why don't we just play the news clip on CBS?
Oh, IPs. They're really complicated.
Yeah,
IPs.
really complicated, apparently. So, and I actually can't play that because all of our pre-show music is still playing, so let me just hit stop on that. There we go. And,
there's no pirates in this, though.
Here we go.
And the new broadcast they put on 106.3 was laced with expletives. The FCC is now investigating. CBS 4 Mountain Newsroom reporter Matt Kroschel checking in from Breckenridge. So, Matt,
hi, Matt.
Do they know how the hijackers were able to hijack the station?
Jim, it's pretty complicated, but somehow the hacker was able to get into an IP address.
Guys, you heard it here first. Hackers are hacking into IP addresses.
IPs are actually very complicated.
It's actually how it works. Yep. Fact. Hashtag fact.
Hashtag fact.
So when people were driving around listening to the radio this morning, the radio station had no way of controlling what was on the dial.
Good morning, I'm Roman.
This is what the lift was supposed to sound like.
37 degrees in Breckenridge.
But this is what actually went out over the air.
And let me just tell you, it's hysterical, son.
Fortune 10 companies can be the victims. You know, little Always Mountain Time KIFT in Breckenridge can be a target.
The hacker locked station engineers out, so for several hours, cursing and strange talk was broadcast to Summit and Grand County listeners.
As horrified as our listeners were, believe me, we were a whole lot more horrified.
What ended up on air were the voices of a few dudes from upstate New York who run an online podcast. CBS 4 reached out to them. They claim to have no involvement in this hack. They also have no clue how their voices made it to Colorado.
It was a slow motion car crash, and it's something.
I'm sorry, but slow motion car crash, we've got to put that on a t-shirt.
This will be now the new explanation of FurCast. You're listening to a slow motion car crash.
Where, we really value, especially family, and to have them have to wake up to this it's beyond horrifying.
For this small station, hundreds of calls and emails from upset listeners has them vowing to make sure something like this can't happen again. And for the FCC, an investigation is likely into this, but it's hard to track. Hackers are able to use those IP addresses, and it's really difficult to track who actually did the hack. We're live in Frisco. Matt Kroschel, CBS 4 Mountain Newsroom.
Okay, so here's what happened, guys. Multiple radio stations around the United States were hacked. They were not hacked by us. They were just hacked. And the equipment at these FM radio stations, like, as in, you know, like Kiss 98.5 kind of, you know, pop, you know, Justin Bieber FM radio stations, their equipment was reprogrammed to pull from our archive stream. So you guys know when you open the FurCast app on your smartphone, you open it, and right here you have the FurCast archive stream, and it's like a stream that just kind of loops like our latest 10 episodes or whatever. They pulled from that stream, and for, I believe, an hour and a half in Colorado, I believe more than 2 hours on one Texas radio station, and
4
hours in one Texas radio station. And
4 hours.
4 hours.
It probably would have continued going if we didn't cancel our stream.
If we didn't. So I was at work, and so we're finding out about all this. So I immediately started freaking out, and there's like must have been sweat pouring down my face. And my coworkers were just like, hey, you know, can you like fix this thing with the server? And I'm like, no, I can't. I don't care. And they're like, whoa, dude. And you're like, you know, my coworkers had no clue what's going on, and they still don't. And by the way, thank you to all of the news media out there for not using my real name in anything. But anyway, so this is just getting started, by the way. We're just getting started here. So first we thought it was one radio station that got compromised.
Funny
we thought
joke.
It was one. Turns out, nope.
Is trying to figure out how hackers managed to take control of several radio stations this week and air a sexually explicit podcast. The people who work and listen to
Can I pause for there for a second?
KXAX
We're not a sexually explicit podcast.
Well, okay.
We just talk about anything the fuck we want, to be honest.
Right. That's basically what it is. There's multiple news outlets that called us a sex podcast, or sometimes even a furry sex podcast. We're just a comedy show run by a few furries, and we have no censor. We're not really a sex podcast. I mean, yeah, we talk about sex, but
to be honest, I don't even know what episode was airing and what we were talking about, because apparently there was a threesome. That's all I remember, is that there was some threesome that we talked about, which I've never even been in a threesome.
Yeah, I don't remember talking about a threesome.
I don't remember, but apparently that's where everyone focused on, because in detail, I guess we went into explanation about what a threesome is.
So, and the other thing I would just like to mention real quick is multiple of you guys have asked us which episode aired, and the answer to you is we don't know. This aired at different times on different radio stations. We know that Quantum Knots aired at the Colorado radio station, but we don't know any of the others.
So it would be, we assume that it would be anything between 223 and 225.
Correct, yeah.
The FCC tonight is trying to figure out how hackers managed to take control of several radio stations this week and air a sexually explicit podcast. The people who work and listen to KXAX in Livingston were the victims, and it took several hours to regain control of the airwaves. Our Stephanie Whitfield has that story.
In Livingston.
Up next, we got the Canes with Knock Knock.
This radio station recently broadcast some unplanned programming.
Our station was hacked and taken over by we don't know who.
Great.
Instead of country music, a podcast FurCast was broadcast. A radio station in Colorado was targeted too.
I would just like to say I did love seeing the movie. It was great.
In this episode posted online, the hosts from New York are discussing Disney movies. But on Tuesday...
Well, it was sexual, mostly.
Marvin Hicks was one of many people listening.
And I don't know how to go much deeper than that, but it was. You know, and they were talking about... actually talking about organs.
According to this statement posted online, the producers of the podcast say they had nothing to do with the hack. They described what happened as malicious, and now the FCC is investigating.
KXEX.
Back in Livingston.
I'm starting to laugh about it now, even though the seriousness of the situation.
The show played for 4 hours before owner Jason McClellan shut it down. Now, he's doing everything he can to make sure this doesn't happen again.
Appreciate you guys tuning in.
In Livingston, Stephanie Whitfield, KHOU 11 News.
And they talked about organs.
Oh, my God. I just... Okay, so we'll pause in the media reports there for a second and just talk about this. So by this point, we posted a press release on the FurCast website. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to FurCast.fm and show this to you guys. So we're on air right now, but if we... before the press release is right here, but if you guys want to, if you scroll down and click on the news button, you can see that we have an entire press release about this. We have tons of updates. So at this point, we knew that stuff was pretty serious, and we were really starting to get worried about, we were like a combination of laughing and terrifying, and I could not sleep that night. I was almost in tears. I was so worried, and I was so freaked out. And I
just laughed.
Let me just pull up some of the notes that I had on this whole incident. So we don't know who did this, and
pirates. Yeah,
apparently pirates. But I would just like to say to whoever did this, you realize this is a federal offense and a felony, right? To actually take over FCC licensed broadcasts. And I really feel bad. As much as we might laugh at this or think that it was kind of funny, a lot of these radio stations are probably going to get fined tens of thousands, if not more, dollars by the FCC. And that just makes me feel I'm so sorry. I feel so bad for all of the people that affected. And I'm really glad that the one guy at the radio station said, hey, I'm kind of starting to laugh about it, even though this is really serious, because, that's kind of the way we feel too. Like we've started laughing about it now, but I know Pharaoh is laughing the whole time, but I was not laughing.
I'm just used to this. This is shit that happens to my life all the time. So everything happens to Pharaoh.
Right.
This is just an added bonus of what the fuck?
So we started doing some research on this. We started pulling log files from our server, and then we noticed something really kind of creepy. And that is, there was not one connection to our streaming server. You guys remember how I said they pulled from our streaming server? We didn't actually even know that at the time. There were hundreds of connections. Hundreds. Connecting to our archive stream.
This was 4 or 5 hours after.
Yeah, this was 4 or 5 hours afterward when we were investigating. So if you go to the FurCast website, we have the whole thing published here, and we have a bandwidth graph. Now, take a look at this. The bandwidth just starts... This almost looks like a show, except a show would normally look like this over the span of a few hours, although this is the span of 12 hours right here, I believe. But you can see that it just, keeps building up and more connections. And then
to the point of where the news can...
Yeah, this is where we cut the stream. So as soon as we found out that this was going on, I immediately cut everything. I
almost wish you didn't, because I couldn't even imagine what would have continued.
I was almost thinking we might have to, pull the whole site offline. I was getting really nervous because I didn't know what was going on. But so we document the whole thing. We talk about it, the connections. So...
The mini little blip is when we started doing beeps, right?
Yeah, there. that was when we started doing the test broadcast. So then we noticed that almost all of the connections coming to our server had a certain user agent to them. So for those of you who don't know much about web server stuff, basically when you make a connection to a web server, your web browser presents a user agent to the server. So it might say, I'm Firefox, or I'm an Android phone, or I'm Safari, or whatever. It basically just tells the web server, and there's other JavaScript and stuff you can use to detect that stuff, but it also tells the web server when it makes the HTTP request what user agent you are. The user agents that were hitting our servers were called Barracks Streaming Client. So we're like, that's interesting. So Barracks is a company that makes, they make basically these rack mount units that they essentially have an Ethernet port and audio jacks. And they are literally just rack mount dedicated units that you might use to stream audio from one location to another. They're used for all kinds of stuff. They're used for linking studios to transmitters for radio stations and TV stations. They're used for when you're in a shopping mall and you hear music, probably a Barracks box. When you're in an elevator and you hear elevator music, probably a Barracks box. When you call into phone systems and you hear on-hold music, probably a Barracks box.
That one's great.
And, so we grabbed one of these IP addresses, just one of them. And we just Googled it because we were just curious what would come up. And it came up on Shodan. So Shodan is a website that scans the internet for devices and not websites. So you guys know how there's webcams that are just open on the internet, and there's printers that are open on the internet with no password. People just set them up with a public IP address and don't protect them with NAT or a firewall or anything. There are Barracks boxes that are unprotected on the internet, and the default password for Barracks boxes is change me. Yeah. So, yeah.
What a hack.
Yeah. So now I don't know if that's the case for some of these radio stations. Several of these radio stations may have used more complicated passwords.
6 character combinations. So
the Michigan Association of Broadcasters heard about this incident, and they put out an advisory about changing passwords on it. And then, I don't actually have it. Let me go back to the FurCast site. Let's go back to the FurCast site here. So then, Barracks released a freaking press release on it. Hopefully it'll load. So this is the manufacturer of the equipment that these radio stations used putting out a fucking press release about this shit. Because they had to. And they basically said, like, this is generic IT security. You need to set a good password on your stuff. This is standard IoT or Internet of Things. And this is a huge concern with Internet of Things, by the way. You guys know Internet of Things, like the whole idea that, like, you know, your fucking toaster has to have an internet connection. Yeah, well, that kind of stuff is a huge concern, a security concern, especially in the IT community, and this is a great example of what happens when you don't secure your shit.
When a refrigerator appears as a toaster on your network?
Yeah. So then it started getting more and more coverage. So let's jump in here. First, there was Flera. So shout out to Flera. We read news articles from Flera all the time. You guys are awesome. Shout out to Green Reaper. They did an article on us. Let's see. Then Ars Technica did an article on us. And
Vulgar furry sex ramblings. Oh, that's great. I loved it.
Guys, we were on the front page of Ars Technica for 2 days. For 2 days.
Oh my gosh.
FurCast was on the front page of Ars Technica. I find it funny that they used a picture to describe furries, and it doesn't look like any furries that, like, we had recognized from our local group, but they're trying to describe our podcast. But if you open the image in a new tab, you can clearly see that it's DutchFurries.jpg. So, like, they just picked a random image. But anyway, so Ars Technica called us a furry sex podcast, and a lot of you guys got really, really angry at Ars Technica, and I'll be honest, I did too. I actually tweeted about it. I would just like to say this, guys. I understand that Ars Technica kind of got that wrong. And by the way, we were actually contacted by Ars Technica. They actually sent us a PGP encrypted email. And I
saw that.
Yeah,
I thought that was pretty cool. That someone sent us like an encrypted email.
Yeah, so I have a lot of respect for Ars. They actually send, if they find your PGP key, they will send you an encrypted email. So I sent them back an encrypted email. And they have all their public keys of all their journalists listed on their website. So I sent them back a message, but they had already made the article by the time I was able to respond because I was traveling to MCFC. We'll talk about MCFC in a little bit. I just want to say this, guys. I know that Ars Technica got it wrong about what FurCast is and who we are, and yeah, okay, we're not a sex podcast, but understand that from the perspective of who was affected by this incident, it really doesn't matter. Like, I know to you guys it matters, and to us it matters, and maybe to, like, you know, furry PR or whatever it matters, but guys, like, to the people that, like, they don't care whether we were a furry sex podcast or just an explicit, it just doesn't matter. It affected these radio stations. They're being fined a lot of money. They're getting in trouble for this. People who tune into these FM radio stations were very upset by this. They don't care about the specifics of that.
We'll continue.
Okay, so, then BBC did a fucking article about us.
This is when we were at MCFC, to be honest, because all I remember is walking in the doors for FurCon, and the first thing from a British fur that was there was like, "Get the fuck out of my news." Not a hello, get the fuck out of my news. And I'm like, what are you even talking about? He's like, you're on BBC.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were on BBC. I'm not really, I don't even know.
Well, hello, all new viewers out there that have apparently just tuned into our show, and we're explaining things. But so nice to meet you. Hi.
There's one other thing that we have to cover real quick. Shout out to a podcast called Distorted View that did a special on us. And guys, by the way, there were hundreds of news articles about this. We just picked some of the biggest ones. I know that there's way more, but I would just like to say that.
I feel like we should be moaning or something, you know? I feel like this is why we needed CJ here, is just...
Yeah, I feel bad that CJ wasn't here, but...
you know, we're a furry sex podcast. We're doing a terrible job at this right now. We're failing at this.
I just have to say, and I don't know if you agree with this, but...
What?
Nothing makes you question what you're doing with your life more than something like this.
I've questioned my life in general far before this, so
right.
This is.
But do you understand what I mean, though?
Oh,
like I had to lie in bed for several nights after this incident and just go, "What the fuck?"
I didn't. I just smiled and fell asleep casually.
I did. I thought about it a lot.
Well, you're experiencing these are my life choices
also
that I've had for a long time.
And I know that you contribute a lot to the podcast stuff, but you also got to remember, this is something that I spend a lot of money on because all this stuff comes out of my budget and stuff.
I spend a lot of money too.
Bro, I understand you have. I don't mean to undermine the support that you give, but I just mean this is him being a bad radio host. You just think this whole thing is funny, don't you?
Hysterical.
I don't. I don't think it's funny, really. I think it's got funny aspects to it, but yeah, this was a combination of hilarious and terrifying for me.
I should have made popcorn.
The one other thing that I would like to say, and this is something that I've been thinking about since this happened, and that is, so anybody who's new to us, to anybody who, maybe you're new to FurCast or whatever, I just want to say that we do not represent the furry fandom.
I might.
We don't represent the furry fandom. We are just a bunch of furries that happen to run a podcast. We're not necessarily doing a podcast even for the fandom specifically. We just kind of are providing entertainment, and some furries like us. But the thing is, we cater to humor that for a particular subset of the fandom. We're not every furry's cup of tea, and we're not for everyone, and that's okay. We're okay not being for everyone. And the other thing I would just like to say is that there were some people who were very upset by this. There were a few furries, including a few people who tweeted at us. We had a few emails as well. People who were kind of upset because, we talk about aspects of the fandom that some people don't like to maybe talk about or publicize, maybe because they think it's inaccurate or maybe because they just don't like that being publicized. And so I would just like to apologize to you guys. I understand where you're coming from, and I feel bad, but, we never intended this to happen. We didn't design FurCast to be syndicated. I had a few of you guys ask me, why couldn't you stop this? Can't you stop hundreds of connections hitting your server all at once? And guys, that's what our server's meant to do. Our server is meant to handle hundreds of connections hitting it at once because that's what it's doing right now. That's how it works. But I also would just like to say that we appreciate people who question whether they like us or not. And we do not expect or desire your blind loyalty. And so I just want to say thank you to everybody for calling us out on our bullshit. And thank you to you guys who are willing to say that you are unhappy with things that we do, because that means a lot to me, to someone who pours a lot of money into this. And even though we have fun with it, I regularly am very on the edge emotionally with this show, and I have been since it has started. And we're gonna keep continuing to do FurCast. I love FurCast, but it's just very. There's a lot of mixed feelings about stuff like this, and
oh, sorry.
When an incident like this happens, it really you start questioning that stuff. So
I don't question anything.
So I know you don't, but I do, and I just want to.
You should learn how to just accept. Well, when you hang out with me enough,
I accept it now.
You'll learn to accept things that go just terribly wrong,
right?
And then my life, but
yeah,
I'm a blue fox. Things happen.
Mm-hmm.
You'll learn.
Okay.
I'll teach you.
So
I'll teach you how to accept things.
So why don't we start in order again? So we'll do FE. We went to FE for Vernal Equinox. That was cool. We only went for pretty much overnight, and it was kind of a small con, but it was nice. And I overheard this person talking in the background, at the con. Do you remember this? We were sitting there, and wait, we can't talk about FE yet. I just realized we forgot something.
Oh, an audio clip?
We have an audio clip. I'm so sorry, guys. Jump back to the incident that just happened. We got one more thing to play.
This is the thing I haven't heard yet. So this is new to me.
So a podcast called Distorted View decided to talk about us.
As we end the week with the Friday show, got a good one for you. A lot of you freaks have been sending me the same news story. This apparently has been making the rounds for the past day or so. Apparently there's been a couple radio stations across the United States that were hacked into, and the normal broadcast was replaced with audio from a furry podcast. And according to the article, the conversation was sexually explicit. Now, I know a lot of you probably sent me this news story thinking I would make fun of the furries, because I did. I looked into this furry cast, And I gotta tell you, I'm more jealous than anything. First of all, I'm jealous for their exposure. Why can't one of you idiots hack into a radio station and replace their broadcast with audio of me screaming boy pussy for a half hour?
You said screaming boy pussy?
Yeah, he did. Wait, hold on.
Boy pussy.
Audio of me screaming boy pussy for a half hour.
Rape my boy pussy! Rape my boy pussy!
Yeah.
Boy pussy! Boy
Just
pussy!
loop
Boy
it.
pussy!
It'd be great exposure for the program.
Rape my boy pussy!
The problem is, you guys are idiots and slackers. You're all underachievers. I need winners on my team. Overachievers. Nay, coffee achievers.
Join the coffee achievers. Do your best.
Who is that guy that says that? He's some, football player. Whole commercial is about how great coffee makes you feel, how you could achieve anything, and then at the very end...
All right, so I think he doesn't talk about it again until later, but I have to play that because that's the best part. Hold on, let me skip.
Your movers and your shakers.
All right, no.
I like this guy. I want to talk to him more.
You are the... Nothing lulls you to sleep like 7 shots of a...
All right.
Vitality to do it.
All right, hold on.
Is for pussies. How did I get on this topic? Oh, yes, you have once again let me down. Someone grabbed the audio from a recent FurCast and broadcasted it on a bunch of radio stations, at least 2 radio stations. One in Texas, Livingston, Texas, and one in Colorado. Oh, there's also an unnamed radio station in Denver. It's in Colorado as well, but it's a different radio station. And an unidentified national syndicator. Holy shit! This sounds like an organized, planned attack. You know, now that I think about it, ISIS has been pretty quiet recently. Should have known they were up to something.
FurCast ISIS works really well.
No.
Now, if I lived in Belgium right now, I'd be really pissed. Be like, what the fuck? ISIS attacks us, half of goddamn Brussels is wiped out. Meanwhile, over there in the U.S., they're cutting into a One Direction song to replace it with furries talking about dildos. Not fair, man. Now...
Terrible. Terrible. That's so bad.
I've got audio here from the FurCast just to give you an idea of what was being broadcast on terrestrial radio. I should preface this by saying I know a lot of you guys sent this news story to me thinking I would just make fun of the furries because they are ridiculous people. I mean, I know we've got a bunch of...
Or can we agree?
Thank you.
Furries are ridiculous people.
I enjoy being a ridiculous person.
I enjoy being a ridiculous person.
Furry listeners to the podcast here doesn't change the fact that I still think you're ridiculous. But I have to say this. So I looked up the FurCast, and once again, I'm jealous for another reason. Their setup is insane. Now, I've been doing this show for what, 10, 12 years now, and somehow I've managed to make this my full-time job. This is what I do for a living. But looking at their setup, it makes me feel like what I was doing when I was like 10 or 11 years old and I wanted to get into radio. And I would basically hold a tape player up to the microphone and press play on a tape to start the song, and then I just sort of talk over the beginning and introduce the song. That's how I feel when I'm looking at their setup. It's so... I'm counting just how many monitors they have. Now, I don't know if they even know what to do with these monitors. It might...
13 monitors, by the way.
Every single one is being used, by the way.
Every one of them is used.
Just be all for looks, but it's...
They're not.
They're not for
They
looks.
all do something.
It's a pretty intense setup there. They've got 14 monitors. Most of them are hanging up on the wall. They each have their own computer. They've got 5 or 6 cameras. They have a camera switcher and everything. I mean, what am I doing with my life here? This is chicken shit podcasting compared to what the FurCast is up to.
Let me just. I'm gonna make a comment here.
This is the first time I'm hearing this. I'm fucking
loving
every moment of this right now.
The person who runs the Distorted View podcast, you are questioning what you're doing with your life. I'm questioning what I'm doing with my life right now. What the fuck? You run a very reasonable podcast. On whatever budget you do with whatever audience you have, which I believe is larger than ours. And I'm thinking about what I'm doing with my life. Are you kidding me?
Maybe I can rent some like studio space from them or something.
Sure.
Come on down.
Come on down.
Studio time. What's great is, so I was watching one of the episodes of the FurCast, and there's one guy, he's wearing sunglasses. I'll post a link on the show notes today to this video. He's wearing sunglasses, and every time they switch over to his camera, he's looking at, like, furry porn. Like, furry assholes and stuff. It's great. He's my favorite. So, the clip I have is...
Yes! Oh, CJ. Oh, CJ. I'm so sad.
God, I can't.
Live shows, it clocks in at over 3 hours. Like, I don't know who could be bothered to watch something for so long. Oh, that's right, me. This is what I did with my Friday.
I'm so sorry.
Wow, you're devoted. I give him that.
I give this guy
watching episodes of the FurCast. I was just fascinated by their setup. The one guy really seems to know what he's doing. I think he's like the technical guy. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. They're reading some fan email when a young FurCast viewer writes into the show asking for some advice.
I feel like we might have read this one. I'm not sure. Anyway, I'll read it. It says, "Hey, I'm a new listener to FurCast. I'm almost 14, and I'm a homosexual fox." I'm sorry.
You're laughing at someone because they're gay. You have the audacity.
I wasn't laughing at him because he was gay. I was just laughing at the hilarity of the situation.
A homosexual fox.
A 14-year-old homosexual fox. Like, that's just, it's stereotypical and it fit. That was why I laughed at that.
To laugh at some... You're a furry. I don't know the sexual orientation of any of these guys. They might all be gay too. But it's just funny.
No, I'm straight. I'm married, actually.
You're straight. I don't know. I'm all over the fucking place.
They're laughing at this poor kid.
I'm sorry. For the reaction of you guys in the chat room, here's
this poor kid. He's 13 years old. He's probably ashamed of his homosexuality, and he's asking for advice, and you're laughing at him. You heartless sons of bitches.
100% legit.
You're a heartless little fox. Or husky, or whatever you are.
Question. Do you think I'm weird if I'm a red wolf? I'm a red wolf. I'm a red wolf.
Husky.
13 and have 2 bad dragon dildos. P.S. Do you have a Spotify account? Because I think whomever picks music for the breaks has great taste. I do not have a Spotify account.
2 very separate topics in that email. Yeah, I want to ask you about bad dragon dildos. If you think it's weird, I'm shoving them up my ass. And also, do you have a Spotify account? I'd love to listen to your play.
Welcome to our email.
Welcome to FurCast. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not against music streaming services, but I like to own my music. I don't know why Distorted View bothered playing this part of what I said. I like to physically own the file. I'm sorry. That's just my thing. PPS, IDK, I just wanted to put PPS in here for no reason. PPPS, I remember what I wanted to say for the PPS, but I didn't want to edit it, so I just made another one. I just want to say if anyone on the show today has any sort of dildo, what age did they first get there? Sincerely, Techie DeFox, :D.
Now, that's the one thing I'm interested in, and I don't think they ever get to answer the PPPS.
I don't think any of us own dildos.
I have a lot of dildos.
I know you... Oh, you do? You have a few toys? I don't have any.
Yeah.
I have one of the little Bad Dragon mini things that somebody gave me at a con.
I don't really use them. I just have them.
I kind of just have sex with living people.
I don't have sex at all.
You have sex with your wife?
Like what? Every 6 months?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Point.
So, do I think it's weird if you're 13 and have... I would say it's... I would say... Probably most people who are 13 don't.
I mean, aren't Bad Dragon dildos expensive? Who's giving him the money for this? Maybe he convinced his parents that these are just regular toys. They're new action serpents. You never saw that cartoon, Mom?
I'm sorry, but like Bad Dragon needs to now call them action serpents. Can I get an action serpent from Bad Dragon?
No, I'll have a large action serpent.
A
flared action serpent.
A flared action serpent. Well, we are snake people, you know, isn't that our generation?
Yeah, millennials.
Snake people.
You know I love that show. My favorite characters are the ones that spit venom. Milky, sticky white venom. Only the more expensive models come with that feature. Make sure to load up on the cum lube. What? That's what it's called. I don't know. It's weird. Weird name.
But it's definitely not that crazy. I mean, it's not like it's a new thing in humanity for especially younger kids to do stuff like that. Is it a good or a bad thing? Personally, I'd say it's potentially a good thing for you because it's dangerous for you to really do stuff with other people, and it's also illegal in certain cases. In fact, in actually most of the cases.
Yeah, unfortunately. Am I right, pedalog?
Hey, I met this boy, we got together, we fucked, and that was that.
Yeah, if you're going to break into a radio broadcast, why not air some episodes of the pedalogs? That's shocking. Fucking pedophile podcast.
You know, if you push far enough, you can go right through one of those little buggers and right into the next one, you know. But you do have to chain them down.
Is there any chance that this guy is not serving a jail sentence?
That is terrifying. That is really terrifying.
I am horrified.
I'm horrified that exists.
Right now.
You will also learn as you go through life that you can do whatever you want to your body. You want to get on drugs and fuck yourself up? Go ahead. You want to hurt yourself? Have fun. You want to stick something in your butt? Go ahead. But I would hope...
Wow, what a pep talk. No one cares what you do to yourself. Do drugs. Hurt yourself. No one gives a shit. People are consumed with their own problems.
And if that's something you enjoy...
Bad dragon toys scare me.
Bad dragon toys scare Pharaoh, but...
They are absolutely terrifyingly horrible.
Why?
Because they're huge.
No, they're not. There's plenty of the small ones.
No, there's not.
Yeah, there are.
There's a lot of knots.
There's a lot of
knots.
Oh, there's...
Jesus
There's
Christ.
no small bad dragon toy.
There's several bad dragon toys I know of that are smaller than my dick.
I love now they're fighting about the sizes of bad dragon dildos.
I'm sorry. I don't know what you're talking... I think it's just because people...
Maybe some of you FurCast hosts have larger gaping assholes than the others. You'll find that when it comes to dildos, what might be right for you may not be right for some. Holy shit, I'm quoting the Different Strokes theme song talking about dildos.
Now the world don't move to the beat of just one
dong.
What might be right?
Shout out to Distorted View. First of all,
I need to listen to him.
First of all, I think I need to subscribe to this podcast because it sounds fantastic.
I am enjoying every moment of this right now.
It sounds incredible. So, shout out, first of all, loved all of your jokes. I think you made fun of the situation in a great way, and really, really awesome. So, yeah, thank you very much for that. That was really great. And I'll just
I would say in general, just for like taking like the consideration of not going like, oh wow, these are strange fucking people.
But also making fun of it in such a lighthearted, fun way, rather than like, you know, how it's wrong or anything. Just being like, I thought that was really respectful.
I'm more impressed that he listened to a full episode of us.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Yeah,
you're a devoted man. Give you that.
I believe he actually did take some of that stuff that we said about the 13-year-old who emailed in a bit out of context. I remember what we said to the 13-year-old. If I remember correctly, maybe this is not quite correct, but if I remember correctly, we ended up basically saying to the 13-year-old kid who emailed in, you know, is it a bad idea for you to have a bad dragon dildo? You know, it's not exactly a bad idea, you know, especially considering, you know, you're not harming anybody else, and of anything you're going to put into you, it's probably safe to put something in you that's designed to go in you.
We went through the discussion of saying that if you're going to stick something in your ass, it's good to stick something in your ass that's designed to go in your ass.
Yeah,
or
not
pussy,
not something else. Yeah,
not what.
But yeah, I mean, you know, overall, you know, it's kind of weird, and, you know, I would hope the 13-year-old doesn't talk about it too much, because that's something that would probably freak most people out. But, you know, considering how dangerous just about every other alternative is for that 13-year-old.
Like that one that tried to stick a remote up their ass, remember? When
yeah,
they're really angry.
Exactly. Yeah, people end up in the hospital for that kind of shit. So it's really good that...
I would not want to be controlling my TV through my ass.
Yeah.
I mean, that takes skill, though, too. I mean, if you can control the channel up, channel down by using, like, flexing your ass muscles.
But
then there is some talent that is unused. Like, that's the superpower right there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but if you can change, like, channel up and, like, program your DVR with your ass, you have powers that are just not being used to your full potential.
So, what else do we have to talk about? There's Effie. There was the snuggling with genitals thing. So I overheard this chick in the lobby of Effie talking about how, like, you know, furries need to be more careful about, you know, them, like, wearing harnesses and stuff like that. And she was like, you know, and people think that if it's snuggling, it's sexual. And, you know, it's like, you know, just because we're snuggling doesn't mean it has to involve genitals. And I don't know why, but just that quote out of context just stuck with me after I left that con.
Snuggling with genitals.
Snuggling with genitals.
All I remember is you going around asking people if they wanted to snuggle with genitals.
Yeah. That's what I did. I started asking all my friends that. Like, I'd be like, hey, you wanna snuggle with genitals?
All that comes to mind is, like, really raunchy things, like
So
like if you like tie like the whole tie it in a knot, tying it in a bow, like I try to think of like two penises snuggling. Is that like like flop over each other? But can balls snuggle? I mean, I guess they could, but it would be like is it like a duffel bag? You know, like when like you're in gym class,
well,
and you shove all the
you're not even
balls
specifying
together.
that the genitals are touching. You're just saying snuggling with genitals. So.
Well, don't you? When you snuggle, you touch.
Yeah.
I mean, I've never. Can you snuggle without touching? Is now the next question. Because if you're snuggling without touching, is that snuggling? I don't think it is, and I'm going to be more impressed if you can explain how you snuggle without touching.
Yeah.
Now, please go on. I want to see your hypothesis on
So
this.
first of all, we should
No, I'm not going on yet.
We should move on because we have a lot of stuff to talk about.
Can you please?
I don't know.
Hypothesize here how you would snuggle without touching.
I'll hypothesize in a minute.
No, I'm not. I'm ready for this right now.
So I just want to.
I'm not moving on until you do this.
Please.
No.
What am I supposed to say?
I don't know. I want to think about this for a second.
There's no answer. I don't have any answer for you. How do you snuggle without touching? I don't know.
Do you put a pillow between? Is it like so like the gays don't touch?
I don't know. Wrap yourself in saran wrap or something? I don't know.
I think there's a fetish for that.
There is a fetish for that. A lot of my friends are into it.
You have some really weird fetish.
No, not really. There's just a lot of people on
Okay, wait. Pause. Not the actual kinds, but you said you have friends that are into literally wrapping themselves in saran wrap or like latex.
I'm talking about like bondage, like getting wrapped in saran wrap. That's what they're into. Why?
Wait, what?
Yeah, you have someone lie like almost like you remember planking, that stupid thing. You basically have somebody lie like that,
Sexual planking,
and then
now?
you wrap them. You use a whole thing of saran wrap, and you actually like completely wrap their whole body, and they can't move. It's like Dexter, like serial killer level shit. With like that, yeah, and a bunch of people on AD Twitter are into that lately for some reason. I don't know why. I definitely would never want to do that, but that's what they're into. It's kind of like rope bondage, but you're even more restricted because you can move even less, and of course it wastes saran wrap. It's pretty much the big two differences there. What? You're staring at me with really weird. Oh, anyway,
I didn't know this was the next biggest thing.
So MCFC. So we went.
Did you stay fresh?
So we went
longer.
We went to MCFC, and first of all, tons of you guys at MCFC asked about the incident, and shout out to all you guys. MCFC was awesome, and it was super fun to go around. A border patrol agent made fun of me for not having a fursuit.
This was my favorite part of the entire con. No, it wasn't.
No, the balloon
there
thing.
were definitely other parts of this con that was really my favorite.
We drove through Canada because of where we live near Niagara Falls. It saves us an hour to get to Detroit.
I realized I'm not even in the chat room yet. I'm a bad person.
We drove through Canada, and when we were coming back, going to the con, coming back to the U.S. side, the border patrol agent was like, hey, what are you going for? We said Sci-Fi Con. The guy said, okay, what do you got in the car? We said, clothes, laptop, and a fursuit. And he goes, oh, a fursuit. Are you guys going to the furry thing? And we said, yes, we're going to the furry convention in Detroit. The border patrol agent must have known about it. And he goes, all right, so anything else in the car? And we said, no. He goes, no other like suits or anything? We're like, no. The border patrol agent points at me. I was on the passenger seat. And he goes, well, what about you? Don't you have a fursuit? I said, no. And he goes, oh, you're not cool enough? I'm like, whoa! I'm like, whoa! Border Patrol agent just told me I'm not cool for not having a fursuit.
Oh my god.
Oh, that was bad. Yeah. So, yeah, I got made fun of by Border Patrol for not having a fursuit. In the meantime, Pharaoh, you and Sozin went around with the balloons on top of your
We're
head.
going to talk about Border Patrol. I have a story for you because I've learned the master, and I was telling other fursuits, like, this is what I do usually. And you saw, the best part was doing it with you when we didn't get questioned because he didn't even fucking care what you had to say.
He didn't care the one time, yeah.
Exactly. So, what I've learned is that I like to be as awkward as possible while going to the Border Patrol in a different way. As in being very truthful what I was actually doing and actually answering all their questions legitimately. But I just answer them honestly. But it works really well for me. So, like, when I
because
used
your life isn't very weird.
My wife's a disaster already.
No. Let me rephrase. Your life is a disaster, but it's not that weird.
Well, but I don't know about that. I've accepted the weirdness so that now it's a normality for me that my life is a disaster. So, like, that's how I function now. Because once you accept your life is a disaster, there's not too many things that can go wrong to where you're not expecting it to go wrong. And one of these days, I feel like I'm just going to tell the Border Patrol that, there's a hooker in my back seat or something like that. But that'd be lying, so I don't, unless I actually do have a hooker in the back seat, which then I would tell them I had a hooker in the back seat.
Okay,
but
you have fun with that. I'm gonna go ahead and not fuck with Border Patrol.
But back to the story. I've learned to be completely honest with them, and I feel like you should be anyway. But I like to just expose everything, like in my back seat, and then just roll down the window, so that like when I pull up to the Border Patrol, they look at me, and then they look in the back seat and see a gigantic blue fox staring at them.
Yeah, and then of course they.
Ooh, where are you coming from? Sci-fi convention? What kind? Furry kind. Good day, sir.
Yep. Yeah, usually if we say sci-fi con, that usually they let you through with that.
But then
anyway.
there was the example which I loved. It was when you were in the passenger seat and we were coming back from Canada. I think, when were we going? When were you in my car? You don't remember.
FE.
Was it FE?
It was FE coming back from FE, yeah.
Okay. Did I drive you to FE?
Yeah, you are. Yeah, we both drove to FE.
both drove to FE.
Remember, because we were trying to.
I was trying to see if you were driving with Bandit.
I remember. I was trying to fix your AT&T plan.
Yes,
because of the issue.
Because you met at me at work. Yeah. So.
Yeah. Okay.
Driving in, fine. Driving back, the guy was asking us questions, but they didn't ask you any questions.
They said, "When's the last time you came to Canada?" And what's funny is, okay, so he asked you that, and you said, "Oh, the last time I went to Canada was blah."
No, I like how my answer was, I have no fucking idea.
and then I just kind of lean forward in the passenger seat, like I lean forward in the passenger seat.
Oh my God.
And I go, yeah, and the last time I was in Canada, and the Border Patrol agent looked kind of stunned to see me.
That you answered his question.
He just kind of looks like, oh, there's a passenger talking. Like it was almost like he didn't notice me or something, even though we handed him 2 passports. But anyway, okay, so moving on. So MCFC was awesome. It did seem like there were less people this year, which is weird because they claimed they had a higher attendance. I don't know what was up with that. It was just quiet. Did you notice that? Mm-hmm. Like Sunday night just cleared out completely, and there was only one dance too.
2.
Well, there was the Dead Dog dance, but
there was Saturday and Sunday.
There was Saturday and Sunday, but there was no Friday dance.
Well, yes, because
there was no Thursday dance or Friday dance. Normally
there's usually not a Friday.
Yes, there is.
There's
usually a Thursday dance at MCFC.
Really?
Yes.
Yep. They were saying that they didn't have one last year for a Thursday dance, and to be honest, I understand why they didn't have a Friday dance, because last year when I went down to the Friday dance,
Who's Lion was packed.
Yes. So that's one of the reasons why they did that. And I side with them, because MCFC last year Friday they had a dance, but the only people that were at the dance were the devoteds.
Yeah.
And I remember going down, a little tipsy, while in suit, going into the dance room, and there was like just 6 people going hardcore on the dance floor. And I was like, not about this life.
Yeah, you're not about that, but I mean, for those people who do care about it, I mean, I don't know, I felt weird not having a dance on one of the major nights at the con, especially considering it seemed like there were less people there. But I feel like one of the reasons there were less people, maybe not in numbers, but perhaps people that we know, or perhaps the kinds of furries that we're used to dealing with, the late nighters, not really just some of the regular con goers, because first of all, FWA happened a week before, FE happened before that, and furthermore, happened at the same exact
weekend.
time.
So there was literally a huge split for a lot of furs that come from like Freeze Frame or anyone else that may have come up
in the DC area. Yeah,
the whole DC area, New Jersey, South Carolinas, all East Coast. You're gonna go to furthermore, because it's stone's throw away.
Yeah.
Well, MCFC for us was a stone's throw away.
Well, here's the other thing too. Do you know that next year FWA and MCFC are going to be at the same time again? This upcoming year.
They were already talking about it. Pandez was saying that they were going to probably change it so they don't interfere with another con. They're going to try to alter it.
See, the reason that's difficult is because when you sign the contract with the hotel, sometimes they just give you a date. You don't have much control over that. So that's, sometimes that's a little difficult. But, so while we're on the topic of cons, we guys, by the way, I just want to say, we're probably going to talk a little bit more about some shout out stuff and then. Do
you want to do a quick, just a 5-10 minute break and then come back?
No, not yet. No,
not yet.
We're going to finish talking about cons. We have a few more things to shout out. And then before we do the, kind of a link roundup that we usually do with you guys and then news, we'll take a break. While we're on the topic of cons, and speaking of FWA, I'm going to let you take the throne on this one. I'll show I'll show what we're talking about here.
I'm sorry.
But I'm going to let you discuss this because you're the one who told Revit to do this, what we're about to show on screen.
I didn't tell Revit to do this. Well, I did and I didn't. Revit was really upset at the fact that how FWA actually determined the ludicrous claim that there was $42,000 in lost revenue because of ghosts.
Right. So FWA claimed this. Was it right after FWA, or was it the closing ceremonies?
It was the closing ceremonies that started this.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were going to go on a little bit more for it. Because you knew about it. We talked.
Well, I knew that it happened at closing ceremonies. They talked about this, but there were a lot of people on Twitter who were really just kind of questioning this. And it was all over Twitter, with the whole ghosting thing. And some people were really complaining about it, and some people were really worried about it, and some people were like, "This is a problem," and then other people were like, "This isn't a problem." So that's where
that was one of the first things. Yeah, because I got into it right when I saw that. Because I was like, "Okay, wait." I know furries are cheap, but they're not that cheap.
Right.
And so when I saw that they posted the $42,000, the first thing that I did was I need to go to the FWA website and see what the baseline registration was. I think it was $60.
Right.
And then putting that into the factor of equation, you ended up 700 attendees that were ghosting a con. And right there, I call flat out bullshit. And I was like, there's no way.
Okay.
That ain't happening.
Right.
Well, unbeknownst to me, they did a whole calculation of how growth was happening at a con and everything like that to kind of come up with the statistics. So the statistics that they used to generate these $42,000 loss, the equation was wrong, but they got an answer. And the answer follows their equation. So technically speaking, that answer of 42,000, the way they were calculating it was right, but their whole equation to calculate that was wrong.
Right. So this is the whole idea of it was predictive analysis rather than...
Exactly.
Okay.
But their predictive analysis, they used invalid constants. And this is where Revit came into play. And he went through this whole tangent of how every single part of their statistics were wrong because of using inconstant values. And it was fascinating to me. And it's great because Revit's an engineer, so he does stuff where he'll technical based statistics.
Right. Fact, not emotion.
Fact, not emotion.
Right.
I'm the one that usually interprets an engineer's words and try to kind of make it a little bit more understandable. So I was laughing because Revit's going on this whole technical spiel, and I'm taking it and oh, so you mean this and that? He's like, well, no, I want to stay straight with the facts. And I was like, no, I'm staying straight with the facts, but I'm just interpreting what you're saying to make it more constant. But we got into the whole reason to bring this up again, and the whole reason why this was such a big deal for Revit, and even myself when I found out about it, was the fact that they made this claim for predictive measures of statistic wise of how much con-goers should have been there.
Right.
When their statistics proved outlandish, I should say, right off the bat, instead of going back to review the equation, they made the assumption that it was the con-goers' fault. And that's what really upset me, and that's what really upset Revit, because when this happened, what they were doing was in the lobby of the con, so not in main events, not in dances, they were going around and badge checking people.
Oh my God. That's...
to see if they were registered for the con.
Right.
And that's what really bothers me, because that's...
It actually affected the con, yeah.
That's harassing your con goers by thinking that they are stealing from you without even kind of doing any kind of assumption. I just feel that if cons try to do that kind of shit, that would piss me off. If I went to Anthrocon and I was sitting in the Anthrocon lobby or something like that.
And they do that sometimes.
And they started badge checking me, because I don't wear my badge when I'm going out to dinner or something like that.
Right.
If they were trying to say that I shouldn't belong in the main hotel or something like that because I don't have a badge, in the lobby of the Westin.
Yeah, not in the convention center, in the lobby of the hotel. Yeah, that's messed up.
That...
Yeah.
So
they did that at FurFright the one year too, but the year before FurFright went under.
So the one thing that I had to kind of come into claim too is that there is also a verbal discrepancy too, which is what I was trying to explain to Revit as well.
Right.
Is that ghosting?
Okay, and I've got this PDF up on the screen whenever you're ready.
And I'll go into Revit's detail here too and explain a little bit of this because I thought it was absolutely fascinating, the amount of effort and like factual evidence that he actually did to prove like where the statistics were wrong.
Right.
But before we even go into that, you have to learn that how a con views ghosting is different from the furry's definition of ghosting. And in me personally, when I think of someone who ghosts a convention, I think that you register your badge, you go to the dance, you come out, give me your badge, I go into the dance. Right. That was my view of ghosting. When someone ghosts a convention, you're purposely...
No, right, and that's not the perspective of a con. The perspective of a con is people who use the room block but aren't registered at the con. So
not necessarily. No, it is anyone who. So this is where the definition comes into convoluted controversy. We need to define what ghosting is on a convention base, and on a convention base, ghosting is being in a con space. In general, lobby, hotel, rooming, in that area without a badge.
Okay, so what we're referring to here is not people who register once and then trade badges or anything like that. No. What we're referring to is the whole concept of, I want to go to this convention to go out to eat and to see my friends in the hotel, but I don't care about the dance, the panels, the whatever else.
I'm not even going to go in the convention area.
You're not even going to go in those areas. So I'm going to book a room in the hotel or stay with friends that are in the hotel, but I'm not going to pay for the con because I'm not actually going to the con. I'm just there.
It doesn't even necessarily mean that level either.
Right.
It could just mean that you're going for a day to the convention space.
And I've done this. I've done this. I don't know about you.
I've done this too.
I've done that.
Where I've gone to a convention space, not even done anything convention-wise, but went out to dinner with friends that I knew were going to be there.
Like the one convention in Rochester, like we went there for a day and I didn't register for that. Instead, what I did is like, I just met up with a few friends in the lobby and like we went out to eat and I went up in their hotel room and we had like a room party, but I didn't pay for the con because I didn't go into any of the con events. It was just the hotel and then a restaurant. So that's ghosting by definition. Okay.
Which I don't really agree with that, but
yeah, but
in the definition of how statistics are based, that would be ghosting. All right. So on to statistic wise, and this was more so that if any, convention, I should say chairs actually do listen to the show. I know if you do, if you go about creating statistic-wise to kind of...
Here's where we're going to get into the useful information here. I'm going to show the PDF on the screen right now. I'm going to fade over to it. So this is a document that was put together by Revit, and I'm actually going to let you kind of talk us through this. He made this because you wanted him to.
Well, because I had the whole discussion, and I was absolutely fascinated with the amount of detail that he went into discussing about statistic-wise and the growth of a convention.
Right.
And so, needless to say, I asked him if... in summary or summation, he could just kind of hit the points of how the statistics should have been done.
So do you want to read a section of it? It's really long, and I mean, looks very incredibly well put together by Revit there. That was really bad wording right there. But wow, he did a lot of math on this.
Oh, well, this is his job.
Yeah, this is his job, but I mean, wow.
So, again, the whole problem was that at closing ceremonies at FWA say that the number of unregistered attendees, quote-unquote ghosts, attending the convention had increased significantly this year to a tune of 700 additional ghosts, representing a loss of approximately $42,000. This is abnormally high right off the bat.
Right.
So now that we know the problem that we want to solve, let's step back and decide if it's even worth the energy to tackle it. The flurry of Twitter activity is surrounding the issue and closing ceremonies wrapped up. At the early indicator, it was claimed that it was contentious, but is the ability to gain into something you had to dispute. Made the appeal direct to the con staff or person I know for more data on the point, and then went back to trying to answer the question myself. So, the theory around this was the number of registered attendees in 2016 was 3,431. So FWA say that they had 3,431 registered attendees in this year. They determined this by the metric that presumably easily pulled from the registration database, willing to assume that the registration system in the process was flawless, and that statistic is correct.
Okay.
So, point by point, Revit went through, and we could share this in our documentation. Revit went through and pointed out which statistic with a variable, amount of error, the ones that are correct in assuming that you can use them as a constant.
Right.
Sorry.
Your throat is not doing good tonight, man.
No, I've been sick all week.
Oh, sorry, man.
So the discussion was, and I'm going to try to sum this up a little bit faster because we're getting a little short on time, but I'd love to even go out like a whole segment on this because this was absolutely astounding. Every time the convention average growth rate of what Revit was even calculated and what we can actually calculate from other cons is about 8% each year.
Okay.
So there's about an 8% growth each year to a convention.
Okay.
However, when a convention changes like location, changes venues, in FWA's case, changed to the Hunger Games hotel.
Yeah.
So this was a very anticipated hotel.
Right.
Anytime they change a venue, you increase significantly.
Right.
So because a lot of furries are seeing it's a new venue, it's a new area, a lot of furries want to go to it.
Right, or maybe it's a better traveled area, it's easier to
Exactly.
go to. Yeah. Same thing's probably going to happen with Fernal Equinox, which is moving this year.
So yeah, you're going to see a lot larger increase in growth. So they had a 27% increase in growth from that year.
Right.
They assumed that if they increased their room block by 27%, they would see another 27% growth rate.
Okay.
And
which is partially flawed logic, but okay.
Yeah, already. So you're seeing where there's...
Yeah, I'm already seeing that's a little weird. Okay, continue.
So how room rates go, and this is what Revit went into, this all detailed analysis of this on Revit's part here.
And we're going to link this, by the way, guys. We're going to have a link for... In fact, actually, I will link this...
Oh, sorry.
Well, Pharaoh's coughing there. I'm going to link this in the chat room.
So how a hotel book rate goes, and we can look at MFF, for example, right now. When you open up a room block, you're going to fill that room block no matter what.
Right.
But furries pack in to an extent.
Yeah, right. I mean, I've been to cons and I've been in rooms with, 8 people. I mean,
we were actually discussing this too. We were saying, like, what is the compact rate of furries to a room? Like, what is the max compact before furries say, well, it's too much of a hassle, I'm not going to go to this convention anymore. Me and Revit were like 6 or 8. We were kind of like 8 for the the low budget for 4 to 6 for someone that like doesn't want more than that in the room.
Right.
But this was the case too. So when you have a room block, even if MFF was to take their room block and increase it by 27%, they're still going to sell out all of those rooms.
Right. Correct.
But you got to think now.
But I see where the question is, though. You're not going to have a 27% increase in attendance.
No, but you did fill out 27% more rooms. But
right.
With more rooms available, you're dissociating the space of which furries are compacting.
Right, correct. Okay. So now we got to start to look at how compact are they.
And you can't use that as a statistic. Because there is no way
to prove because it's different at every con, and it's different probably every year,
and it's different for every furry,
and it's unpredictable.
It is completely unpredictable.
You can't measure how many people in a room. I mean, other than our furries break fire code a lot. Okay, like let's just say right here, furries break fire code. So okay, I already see where this is going. This is very interesting. All
exactly.
Right.
This is why this conversation got so fascinating for me while I was at MCFC and we were just drinking beers and talking about this. So, previous years of FWA, when they opened up a room block, they would fill up instantly, almost within the first week.
Right.
Same with MFF. Right now, the room block filled what, in 4 minutes?
Yeah, MFF filled in 4 minutes today.
I know.
Yeah.
So, if you think about that right there, I can't get a room now for MFF if I wanted to.
Well, technically, you can't.
I can't get a room now by myself for MFF.
We obviously are going to MFF, and we're obviously going to be in a room.
Exactly. So right now, when you look at this, where the room block is already set in stone of how many rooms are available, right now, furries are now impacting or pacting into, like, if you think about it as like a trash can, when you have so much furry trash in the trash can, the first thing you start to doing, so then the trash can is only available for so much furry trash.
We're essentially. I know what we're doing here.
Here we go.
I got a good analogy for this.
Yes, I know.
This is essentially like saying we've got this trash can, we're filling it up to the brim. So we're gonna get a second trash can.
No, wait, we're not talking about any section.
Wait,
No,
wait.
you're already fucking up the.
No. Listen, let me finish this. You get a second trash can, and then we're filling that trash can too. But then you look at what you're buying, and I notice that you're not spending any more money at the grocery store. Yet you seem to have filled both of the trash cans now.
I don't like your analogy already. I want to backstep here. I'm going to go back to the analogy of the furry trash, okay?
Okay, fine.
So, we have a furry trash, okay? This furry trash can only be filled so much. So, even if we get a bigger trash can and to fill it with furry trash, you're still going to fill it to the top with furry trash.
Because you're compacting it all the time.
So, wait. No, this is not compacting yet. But now the trash can is full. So, all the rooms are taken in our comparison here.
Okay.
So, if you make more rooms available, it lasts longer for us to fill up this trash can, right?
Right.
But now the trash can's full.
Okay.
There's more furry trash to go here.
Right.
So what do you start doing? You start compacting down the furry trash so you can fill more furry trash into the same bin.
Right.
Well, there comes a point too where you can't compact it anymore. It's full. So you have 8 people in a room now.
Okay.
You're not fitting any more people in that room.
Right.
There's your limit.
I've seen furries pull some shit, but yeah.
So
basically we increase the size of the trash can, and then we go, it's full again, but it's full to a slightly less compacted state now.
Yes. So you sold. Now you have a 27% increase in the trash can.
Right.
You filled it again.
Still.
Holy shit. There's a 27% increase to our con.
No, there's not.
No, there's not.
And
it hasn't been pacted yet.
And this is where my analogy goes that you interrupted a little bit, is that it's like you're stuffing stuff in the trash can. You can't fit anymore in this trash can. So I give you a second one. And I know, not a second one. I know. Stop.
Just do bigger
one. Okay, bigger one. Fine. Okay, bigger trash can. Bigger trash can. You fill
Dumpster
that up.
fire.
You fill that up too. And I'm like, oh, wow. And then I'm like, well, wait a minute. You didn't spend any more money at the grocery store. You must be throwing out more stuff than you usually do. Like, you must be clearing out your house. Well, no, you're not. You didn't spend any more at the grocery store. You're just not compacting the trash can as much because it's bigger now.
Mm-hmm. And there is what the statistic was proven
FWA.
Wrong. There you go.
Using an analogy of trash cans.
Dumpster fire.
Dumpster fire.
That'd be the best explanation to it. But these whole statistics goes well into detail of the actual statistic-wise of how furries kind of compact into rooms after they're sold out, and that when FWA increased their room block by 27%, they did fill up the room block. But instead of filling up the room block, so for MFF right now, like if me and you could get a room right now, I'd probably buy a room, even if it was just the two of us, and then we'd probably find a few friends that would fill it up.
Right.
But FWA didn't fill up their full 27% increase in room block, which they paid a lot more money for.
Right.
Until a week before the convention.
Uh-oh.
But they never took that into consideration. They figured that since they sold out all the rooms, obviously there was a 27% increase in the con.
But, we've got the PDF. We've linked it in the chat room. I'll link it in the chat room 2 more times there. But yeah, so shout out to Revit for going into an extreme amount of detail for this, doing all the math, comparing it to other cons, using examples. Really, really fantastic. We'll have that linked in the show notes as well. Just to move on really quick, just to shout some things out, we're going to go on a break in just a second. So
he even calculated how each con and how even or FMFF will actually tie with Anthrocon in 2018.
Wow.
With 8,000 attendees.
Wow. Jeez. All right, so some shout outs here, guys. So first of all, we're doing a Q&A show at some point soon. We really need to because people have been asking for it, and also we've met that goal on our Patreon. Another thing, we have an interview. We're going to interview Nuka. Shit, do we want to do that? I might tell Nuka to delay an hour. Do we want to delay him an hour, or do we want to do that next? Because I
need to take a break just to get.
Well, I know we do a break, but next, after that, what are we doing? Because, oh my God, we have so much stuff tonight. We still have to go through our roundup and our news. We could skip news tonight and just do the roundup and then interview Nuka.
Okay. Or we could do like half of an interview of Nuka, so we're not doing like a whole long hour interview. We'll sum it up quickly for him.
Yeah.
Because we can always have NUCA on again. There's no problem with that. And then we'll go jump into news. So.
Yeah, and I need to go through and holy crap, Skype is so broken. I need to find NUCA in there. Okay. Next thing, I just wanted to say, I'm the month of April for the Cheetah Paws calendar. I have that right here, banging into shit. There we go. You can see that's my bulge for the month of April.
So if you have a space, calendar from Cheetah Paws,
you can stare at my bulge every morning when you wake up.
I'm in there too, but not for another couple months. So you'll get to see me later on.
And I just also wanted to say, guys, there's those of you who have kind of fallen out of sync with us since we haven't done a show in a while. Just want to remind you, you can subscribe via email to FurCast. If you go to furcast.fm/subscribe, there's a button you can actually sign up to receive emails anytime we make any post, whether it's news or episodes. And then last but not least, I just wanted to, before we move on to the Patreon shoutouts and then the link shoutouts, way too many fucking shoutouts. Shout out to Varanus.
We fucked up.
We fucked up.
We done fucked up now.
First is to an FA account, Mezeron. Jamie, he does some drawing, and I wanted to show more traffic his way, so that's Mezeron, Mezaron. And he also wanted to shout out his brother Sphinx, that's Sphinx NL on Twitter, because he's going to EF in Berlin as a super sponsor for his graduation present for a Bachelor in Law. Wow. I wanted people to message him in chat and Twitter if they're going to, so he can meet people and have a good time. Shout out to Varanus' mate, and Drago. And also, I would like to give a personal shout out to Varanus for the fact that I am so sorry I completely fucked up your vacation plans to visit us. We kind of scheduled Varanus to come here during MCFC, and he had to cancel his flight, and I had to pay Varanus back for his flight that he had to cancel. I am so sorry, Varanus. That was really bad scheduling on my part. That was my fault. And hopefully we'll see you someday soon, maybe at a con. In the meantime...
Also, I want to do one quick last shout out, and the fact is that our setup for tonight's show is a little bit out of the ordinary.
Why is that?
I would say because of the fact we have an interview schedule, which you don't have every single, show.
Yeah.
And also that there's so much that we have to catch up on. So this is more of a catch up on show. Because we've been gone for 3 weeks and the whole radio thing. So usually we will jump into news and kind of going through.
Yeah, this is a bit of an unusual show for anybody who's new. Normally we're already doing news. And we have a whole news segment. We haven't even fucking gotten to that yet.
And emails and stuff like that. But so I just wanted to give you a quick shout out to that aspect of things that we usually jump more into like comical, hysterical, rambling shenanigans of animal noises.
Yep.
And tonight we're just kind of only two of us, missing a couple hosts, but next week there'll be a lot more hosts in this room.
Yeah.
Maybe two more females too. Crimes.
Yep.
Crimes wants to be on.
Crimes wants to be on at some point.
Yeah.
We also need to have Bandit on at some point.
Well, we were supposed to have Crimes in the past 2 episodes, but we canceled the last 2 episodes.
I know. Anyway, all right, guys, you're listening to FurCast on XBN. We'll be back after a quick... Wait, I didn't have any of the jingles ready. Oh my god, hold on. We're so disorganized tonight. I'm so sorry. We'll be back after a quick...
Break of music.
Break of music. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the Zana Broadcasting Network.
Oh, Jesse, where are you? What? Jesse?
Caleb.
What?
I'm here.
Yeah, dude,
I'm here.
where have you been? Dude, we're really behind schedule. We have to do the shoutouts, like, now.
I thought you were dead.
What? Why would you think
Or in jail, or,
Okay. Dude, all right, let's just do the shoutouts.
Okay.
We can do this. Come on, it's okay.
Support for FurCast comes from Patreon users, including Biowolf, Blaze Fusky, Ashton, Shaman the Photon Wizard, Fayun, Oliver Fox, Tiffany H, Link Shell, Skippy the Otter, Catnuck, Jake the Otter, Furry Omega, Wup, Claudine, Python Goad, Kitsuya the Minty Leopardess, Tyler the Wusky, Slaughter the Otter, Fuzzy the Fox, Energize the Wolf, Crazy Wolf, A Certain Horse, Gaia Wellen, Naku Niame, and from Commander Wolf on Twitter at CommanderWolf3, Ty Husky on Twitter at Ty Husky, Shua on Twitter at Pulsing Panther, Coda Winter on Twitter at DakotaWolf12, Magic Wolf on Twitter at Magic7Wolf, AlphaWare Fox on Twitter at AlphaWare Fox,
Rennick the Circle Fennec Hybrid on Twitter @_Rennick. Darthus and his mate Canovo. Cobalt Sieg and his mate Vegas Faben. Macrowolf @macrowolf.com. Silver Gatamon @youtube.com/Silver Gatamon. Anthony Wolf @youtube.com/Anthony Wolf Gaming. And Hayu the Fluffy Scarf with Weasel Level Design on YouTube.
Additional support for FurCast comes from Devin D. Parlett and the Furry Hockey League at furryhockeyleague.com. To Bunny Boy, who says Paradox is gay. Stinger Griffin from Hazelight Studio. Sylvian Scott on Fur Affinity with macro, micro, and hyperfiction stories. Kitten Connotations, making custom high-quality tales for furries all over the world. And from Jacket Airlines, we always land on our feet. Jaff the Wolf on Twitter, offering a free lunch for furries in Denmark. Cheetah Paws with Cheetah Paws Underwear, comfort for all furries. And Little Sunshine, who says, message them in chat for a Pokemon battle. To become a patron and learn more about supporting FurCast, visit furcast.fm/donate. Additional support comes from PayPal, Bitcoin, and listeners like you. Thank you.
This is XBN.
XBN is a subsidiary of Xana Creations, keeping nerdy animals together. guys are listening to FurCast. Live on XBN. One more track, guys, and then we'll be back for a link roundup, and then an interview with Nuka from the Furry or Anthropomorphic Research Project. Listening to XBN. Hi. Pharaoh, hi. Hi, Pharaoh. Yeah, this is, Pharaoh's being, Okay, so, we're back, which means I need to send the metadata that we are back.
When?
We're back right now.
Why?
We are live right now.
Hello?
Yep. Hi.
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 Hey.
So,
what are you doing?
we're going to do the link roundup. And let me just kind of get ready for that because the amount of stuff that we have to shout out before we do this interview tonight with Nuka from the Anthropomorphic Research Project, I just wanted to kind of go through some things. So let me just throw all that stuff up on that TV over there. I am so sorry that we are so disorganized. I'm so sorry to everybody who's new to the show, who's not, you know, maybe you've never seen FurCast before. I'm so sorry. We're so disorganized. It's just not even, oh God. Anyway, so the first thing I have to shout out is this hilarious video that I found the other day. So we're looking at, of course, I look at studio equipment all the time on YouTube and, you know, all over the place. I'm always looking at upgrading things and, you know, people's reviews of stuff. And so I came across this. I'm looking at upgrading our microphones in the studio, and I listened to like microphone comparison videos on YouTube. And one such microphone comparison video was this one.
To a comparison of the Audio-Technica 5040 cardioid condenser microphone.
So basically, it's this voice actor just kind of doing these tests with these microphones.
You are listening to a comparison of the Audio-Technica 5040 cardioid condenser microphone and the Neumann U87 AI.
So, okay, it seems kind of normal. Now, she's a voice actor. She does cartoons.
Cardioid condenser microphone.
So she kind of gets intimate, and then this one she's yelling.
AI cardioid condenser microphone.
Okay, so we're listening to this test, and yeah, okay, she's voice acting, and then this happens.
Condenser microphone and the Neumann U87 AI cardioid condenser microphone.
She just starts barking. And making animal noises. I thought this was the most appropriate thing for us because it's like, I look at comparison videos of studio equipment all day, and I don't think I've ever seen an equipment comparison video that had animal noises in it. And because FurCast is entirely made up of animal noises, as we can see right here.
Your dog is hearing like the voices and
really?
going nuts.
That's pretty funny. But yeah, so I just thought that was kind of funny. I thought I would share it with you guys. In the meantime, another video that I'd like to shout out again, guys, this stuff is all going to be linked after the show, and our stuff is a video called What Killed Rainforest, and this is Trappa, who's one of the board members of Rainforest, explaining essentially how the con this year fell apart.
And that board meeting went pretty quick. If we fought and we won, where would we be? At a hotel that didn't damn well want us. So I bet that would have been a pleasant con. So we decided to say no. But unfortunately at that moment, that's sort of when we had a split in the board where half the board said, well, then we need to tell everybody right now. And the other half of the board said, we should wait. We should get a new venue. There's no reason to panic people. We can get a new venue. And then we'll tell people, yep, you know, this is where we're moving to.
So this video is almost an hour long, and it includes some Q&A near the end. And I just want to say props to Trappa and everyone who was at that panel. The amount of just empathy of all of the people in that room, all of the drama that happened that caused that convention to fail, and all of the stuff that went on. It was just an incredible watch. If you are someone who is a staff member of any furry convention, or heck, even an anime con or a sci-fi con, or maybe even a chairman of a con, and you're listening right now, I would highly recommend taking a look at this video. And again, we'll have links to this stuff all in the show notes, or you could just look it up on YouTube. It's just called What Killed Rainforest 2016. Trappa Explains at Vancouver 2016. And if you just look that up on YouTube, it's posted by Cord Kitty. Shout out to Cord Kitty. I believe Cord's a fan of FurCast. It's just absolutely incredible to watch and to just really find out all the stuff that happened. Moving on, because we have so much to cover before we jump into our interview here. Quick article. We're not going to read this one for part of our news segment, but apparently there is a deleted scene in Zootopia of Judy and Nick meeting the parents, so to speak. I don't think that they're actually in a relationship, but it just seemed interesting, and I know a lot of you guys really like Zootopia, we commented on Zootopia on our last episode. And Adjective Species, shout out to them. We read stuff from them all the time. They posted a tweet with some interesting statistics on furry religion by popularity, and this was very interesting. Let me just try to see if I can make this a little bit bigger here. So essentially, we have, looks like atheist on the left. It might be cut off by our graphic here. Let me just kill our graphic real fast. We have atheist, which is the most popular, 30%, agnostic, 20%, and these are...
Over 50% of the fandom is atheist agnostic.
Pretty much.
Level.
That's pretty crazy. And then Christian other is 10%, Christian Catholic is about 7%, and then Christian Protestant is about 6%. If they group these together, I'm sure they'd be a lot taller, obviously, but...
So Jesus worshipping is...
but I'm not sure what they mean by... I mean, I guess Christian other, maybe some people just didn't say whether they were Catholic or Protestant.
They were maybe born Christian, but they don't really follow any of the practices besides following,
maybe.
Loosely following.
I was surprised that Buddhist was as high. Buddhist was 3%. Pagan is about 4 to 5% there. And then it looks like Jewish, Muslim, Shinto, Hindu are all very low. And then, of course, other is huge. I'm sure they didn't really include, Therian or anything else. I'm sure a lot of furries probably said that they were, Therian or something like that. But just really, really interesting data. And if I can get my mouse, which is kind of crazy complicated because we've got mice all over the place. Oh, I think my mouse just completely died. That's great. I don't know where it is. It's somewhere. Let me see if I can use this mouse to grab it back. There we go. So I got to use this mouse, which is really awkward. But we can move on. Crack.com published an article that was kind of weird. And it's, "We draw furry porn, 6 things we've learned on the job." And
what?
Yeah, so they interviewed a bunch of these furry porn artists, and they basically just talked about all the stuff that goes into making furry porn. We can kind of shout through these. So number 6 is you negotiate ejaculation.
Negotiated ejaculation.
Number 5, it's gone from niche to an industry. Let's see, let's scroll to that. Again, a really, really detailed article here. Number 4, you really do have to be prepared for anything. Let's see, scroll down, oh, that's really cute. Tor leopard, oh, it's so cute.
Bondage.
Yeah, bondage going on there. Number 3, you may wind up living a secret life. And let's see, let's keep scrolling down. Number 2, yes, some customers can be weird. And then finally, number 1, there is a science to all of this. So that's Crack.com's article on We Draw Furry Porn. 6 things that furry porn artists have learned on the job of drawing furry porn. That's pretty crazy.
Like how that made it to Cracked.
I know. And then the next thing is The Escapist had an article. Lana, this person named Lana, did a huge.
Lana!
What?
Archer?
No, never seen it.
Really?
No, I don't get the reference. Anyway, they did an article on The Escapist called "Why I Love Furries," and a lot of people were publishing this on Twitter. This is actually published on Twitter.
Oh, Chitara.
A few weeks ago, and people were talking about it. It's a little late now because FurCast has been off for a few weeks, but I just wanted to shout that out. All right, running through these as fast as possible. Next, Adjective Species published this thing called Southeast and East Asian Furry Conventions, and it is a fascinating little infographic here. Let's see if we can get some of these up. So, Pharaoh, if you could help me read some of these. Let's see, we've got China National Furry Party, Morph Parade, Thai Tales, that's a great name for a con, Furry Law, Philippine Anthro Festival, Furum, let's see, Infernity, ChemoCon, and Japan Meeting of Furries, JMOF. So it's just an interesting infographic from...
I want to go to a Japanese furry convention so bad.
That sounds so amazing. But shout out to Adjective Species for publishing this stuff. Really, really cool. Next thing I just wanted to shout out is Hot Blood. They don't exactly need the shout out. But it is, by the way, Draw Centaur Day. So shout out to anybody who might be drawing centaurs. If you are an artist, perhaps you want to draw one. And
no.
So what?
Not approved.
Why not approved?
No, there's too many legs today.
I don't think there's too many legs.
There's definitely too many legs today.
Because it is Draw Centaur Day, I also wanted, this is so awkward me using this mouse, I just wanted to shout out Hot Blood, which is well, actually, I'll just let the video explain.
It looks like a tour game.
Hey everyone, my name is Toril, and I'm the creator of Hot Blood, a webcomic about centaurs in the American Old West. The comic is complete, and the goal of this Kickstarter is to publish it as a printed book. Hot Blood follows James Rook, a Civil War vet who happens to be a centaur, and his criminally inclined human employer Asa Langley as they navigate the early days of the American steel industry, rural Wyoming, and their romantic feelings for each other. With your help, I want to bring their story to print in a full-color omnibus edition. I'm also printing a separate art book featuring illustrations, character profiles, process breakdowns, world-building notes, and other behind-the-scenes content. Please read the project description below for more information. Thank you.
And like I said, they don't really need it. They pledged $24,000 and they got $30,000, and there's still 28 days left. So I was not aware that there were that many people who were a fan of Hot Blood. I've been a fan of Hot Blood for a long time, but I had no clue that it was that huge. So shout out to all you Tar fans out there. Next, speaking of Midwest Fur Fest and statistics, they tweeted this, which is a kind of an infographic on their history, and I thought it was interesting, so I thought I'd bring it up, and of course I got to zoom out a little bit here. But it's basically a 15 years history of Midwest Fur Fest, all of the age distribution, the annual attendance growing, $286,000 donated to charity. $286,000, damn. And guests from all over the world, all 50 states, Washington, D.C., 10 Canadian provinces, 20 different countries, and they go over their history with hotels, and then they say, see you all in 2016. But shout out to Midwest Fur Fest, who tweeted that. Kind of interesting statistics there. And that is the end of our roundup. That's pretty much it. So, busy. So, I guess at this point, we probably want to bring in our interviewee. So I really wish this mouse wasn't dead. This is what happens when you use wireless mice for broadcasting. This mouse back here is wired. But I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to just kind of show you guys really quick what our interview is about. So so this is the Anthropomorphic Research Project. This is their website. And
Science Kitty.
Yeah, Science Kitty. So Nuka recently did a presentation at TFF.
But if you tell me, hi, I'm Nuka, I'm a chocolate lover, well, that doesn't tell me anything about, what kinds of people do you hang out with? What kinds of values do you have? What sort of person are you? So it's not enough to just say, well, I like Zootopia. Well, do you like Zootopia enough that it's central to your identity, that it tells us about who you are as a person, the kinds of people you hang out with as a person? So that's what I mean when I say that furries are people who like this enough that they say, yeah, it's kind of who I am. It's part of who I am. That's the definition we're going for. It's got its own problems, but for the purpose of our research, that's what we're going for.
So this presentation, we actually played it on a little YouTube show that we did recently, and I thought it would be a great idea if we could bring Nuka in for an interview. So what I'm going to do is just kind of awkwardly, this is so freaking disorganized, give Nuka a ring on the phone there. And while we're waiting for him to pick up there, I see he just picked up. So yeah, I guess we'll just kind of go through all this. So first of all, hi Nuka, how are you doing?
Hello, how's it going?
Pretty good. So first of all, I'd just like to apologize for how disorganized we are tonight.
Oh, not a problem.
Well, he's a science kitty, so I mean, he understands disorganized.
Yeah, you should understand, I hope.
Yeah, it's science isn't science if you're not running around with your hair on fire. So.
Pretty much, that's how it goes. So I'm gonna get your work on getting your video up and everything, and making it look nice for us. But so I guess to just get started, why don't you just give us a quick introduction of yourself? You're a kitty.
I am a kitty. It's true. I won't. I've tried really hard to hide it, but yes, it's true. I'm a psychologist as well in my day life. So I'm a doctor now. I actually got this really fancy piece of paper that says I'm a doctor.
Oh, congratulations!
Yeah, you moved away from us. You used to be close by. And
I know.
I did. Oh, sweet. I'm on the TV now. Sweet.
Yep.
Awesome. I'm living in Iowa now.
Ew. Is that a good thing?
Yeah, it's why I'm drinking now. So
Very nice, very nice.
So I guess I should minimize the screen. I'm watching myself with a 5-second delay, and it's really confusing.
That is, oh yeah, that always happens.
All right, cool. We're good. All right. Yeah, so I'm a psychologist who studies fantasy. I mostly study fantasy and how people, what fantasy does to people, and how spending time engaging with fantasies affects people. And one of the things I study is furries, both being a furry and a psychologist. This kind of these things just kind of mesh. They work. So
right.
I say I'm a professional furry because I can never separate my name now from furry, and it's a problem when I'm applying for jobs. That
oh my god!
Hey,
really?
listen, we can never really separate our names from furry either. I mean, things happened.
Who's Dr. Courtney Plants? And the first thing that comes up is this fuzzy blue cat suit. Oh, great.
So a good question here is, you own more lab coats than Kage, so how many lab coats do you have now?
I think I'm up to 10 or 11 right now. And my goal was never to have more lab coats than Kage, but people kept saying, oh, you're a Kage wannabe, because I used to wear lab coats, so I still wear lab coats to cons. And so
I disagree, because your lab coats were always a lot more fabulous.
That's just it. I want nicer lab coats than Kage's. I'm Kage, but with a better lab coats.
No. You're a fabulous kitty with lab coats that is a lot more scientific. So,
I don't want to say that. No, Kage's a brilliant scientist. I just rock a better lab coat than he does.
Okay, good.
There we go. So well, now that we've got that settled, so you obviously you're from the Anthropomorphic Research Project, which we should specify is slightly different than the furry survey, but we can get into that a little later. But
yeah.
I just wanted to say, so speaking of survey stuff, who else is involved in this? I mean, colleagues, volunteers, all the conventions. Run through those for us.
Yeah, so the International Anthropomorphic Research Project is this really big, grandiose name that basically just says we're psychologists who study furries. We gave it a really big, fancy-sounding name so we could get grant money for it.
And it worked, right?
And it worked.
It sounds important when you give it names like that. So really, it's just a team of 4 or 5 of us, depending on the year, who've been studying furries for the past few years. We're all psychologists or sociologists, and we're at my colleague, Dr. Sharon Roberts.
She is amazing, by the way.
She's fantastic. She's rolling out our first science project, which if you haven't had a chance to check it out on Facebook, it's kind of us trying to make our data much more
robust,
publicly accessible, and sort of user-friendly than the figures that I seem to dwell in. But she's over at University of Waterloo. Dr. Kathleen Gerbasi over at the Niagara County Community College, she's sort of the origin of all of this research. She was sort of the first person to do it.
It's about a 40-minute drive from our studio.
Yeah.
The primordial dumpster fire?
Yeah, exactly. Dr. Stephen Rayson down at Texas A&M University Commerce. I work with him quite a bit as well, and he does a lot of the research that we do at Furry Fiesta every year. And then myself, I just sort of make it out to all of them.
You're a kitty.
I'm a kitty, yeah.
How many cons do you business at?
I typically do about 4 to 5 a year. I think I passed the 30 con mark at some point this year, I think, in the past 6 years. So, and most of them are, I would say, work cons. So you can go to a con to go to the dances and parties and meet people, or you can go to a con to pass out surveys and present statistics. And I guess I do more of the latter than the former.
I always love disrupting your practices by harassing your booth.
It's again, it wouldn't be science. It wouldn't be furry science, especially if it weren't a complete mess. So.
Well, there you go.
Well, yeah, you need more fursuiters to help you, like slap papers in people's hands, right?
We're trying to do a study with fursuits this year specifically. We're not sure if we're going to get it past ethics in time, but we had this brilliant idea for wanting to actually find a way to study furries in fursuits, which we can't really do with surveys because the little pencils and the big.
I'm ready.
Claws, yeah.
Do you need to put like an ear tracker on me, or is it like
We've done that before. We've mounted cameras to the heads of fursuiters already. That's been done. So.
Wow, very nice. The research, science.
For science, yes.
For science.
And you haven't come to me yet for this.
That one was at OkuCon. RIP OkuCon. It was a fantastic con, but that was back in 2012. We were strapping webcams to fursuiters.
So, and by the way, Farrah, you better be careful because some of the stuff Nuka does for science, I believe, Nuka, recently you had people who were not expecting it look at furry porn for science.
Oh, that was brilliant. Okay, so the furries knew it was coming. So at a convention, we at Furry Fiesta, we had furries look at pornography, furry and non-furry pornography, and we wanted to look at sort of things like how are furries judging furry pornography compared to equally erotic non-furry pornography to see if furries were saying, oh my gosh, it's a naked furry breast, panic and freak out. And then we needed a control group. It's okay, well, we need to compare this data to someone.
I love controlled groups. Those are my favorite.
Oh, yeah.
And so we went to an undergraduate sample at Dr. Rayson's university. And so we had these undergrads and we said, hey, want to do a porn study? And of course, yeah, I want to do a porn study. And we pulled the old bait and switch. So they got in like, yes, let's look at the porn. And then it's furry porn. And to their credit, no one complained about the furry porn. Like none of the students, they were all pretty open-minded. We didn't get any complaints about that, although we did have people complain that we were showing them gay porn. That was the real problem.
Wow, seriously?
They were uncomfortable with looking at gay porn, but the furry porn was fine.
What?
It was
okay.
Texas. It's Texas.
Did you use straight furry porn, like Jay Naylor level stuff, or did you like?
Yeah, so we counterbalanced for whether it was straight, whether it was gay, whether it was males, whether it was females, whether it was just strictly a nude caricature, whether it was really hardcore. I was the person that had to go through thousands of images and organize them.
Wait, I define hardcore furry porn.
Okay, not the hardest of the hard. We didn't go, you can. That's a very dark path that we didn't. But the worst part was being the guy who had to go to ethics with this. So I had to call my ethics board before, because for ethics you have to print out, here's everything we're going to do, and you have to send them all your materials, and they have to okay it. And so I had to call up my ethics board and say, okay, you're going to get a package from me.
Oh no!
In other contexts, this might be considered like harassment that I'm sending you these pictures. So here, I need to make sure that this is what you want. You need to see our stimuli. They're like, yeah, we need to know what you're showing people. I'm like, so to confirm, I'm going to send you an envelope full of pornography. This is, Dr. Roberts was joking that I needed to send them a bottle of wine to go with it to make it, to help it go down a little better. But
So, okay, so just to review really quick. So, you showed furries porn and had them rate how pornographic they thought it was. Some of it wasn't really porn. It was just kind of, like, suggestive. Right. And then you showed college students porn and had them rate how pornographic it was. What was the result of that?
So what was interesting was that, so furries freak out. Furries assume that if non-furries were to see furry porn, they would burst into flames. They would, oh my gosh, this is horrible. This is smut and pornography.
I've seen some things in my life.
I've seen some people freak out about furry porn, so I don't know.
So what we actually found was that all things considered, when the pictures were equal, the furries rated the furry pornography more pornographic, more explicit than the non-furries did. So furries were going, oh god, that's pornographic, don't show that to anyone. And the non-furries were going, it's a fox with boobs, like whatever. So our hypothesis is because so many furries have this knee-jerk expectation that the world around them is going to freak out if they find out they're a furry. It's almost like protective. It's like, okay, don't just assume that any artwork that's got a naked caricature is like kryptonite to these people. Don't show it to them. Hide it from them. We're testing that hypothesis right now. So
there was a survey that, or like interview that we were in that never really got broadcasted, and I loved it because what they did was they went on the street and randomly asked people, what is furry, or what is your definition of furry? And like it got all these, like they were asking like old ladies and like everyone in between, and I thought the answers were just absolute,
they were hysterical,
gold.
They were like, so funny,
so gold. Like some would be like, oh, people who have sex in costumes, and other people were like, oh, it's like completely off wind of like anything that's even related to it. And then the best part is it ended on a guy, and he goes, well, there are people that are probably having a lot more sex than me. And that was the note it ended on, and it was just beautiful.
Yeah, that's awesome.
But I love you getting into the porn industry, so this is good for you.
So real quick, before we jump into some of the other really interesting results of the survey, I just want to ask, so where and from who is this data collected? Like, where do you get the furries that you survey?
Yeah. So, and I point this out to people when I give the talks. This is the difference between anecdotes and actual data. So this isn't, we talked to 5 furries at a convention one time and this is what they told us. This is more than 20,000 furries from more than 50 different countries over the past 5 or 6 years. And we collect these people from furry conventions, typically Anthrocon, Furry Fiesta, more recently Fernal Equinox. We used to do OkaCon, and I'm hoping in the next couple of years to add further confusion to the mix.
Wow, okay. That's a lot of cons, wow.
Can I just say your cat is trying to become a furry right now?
Yeah, I don't know if you guys can see it on the camera, but the cat is currently climbing up trying to get to Pharaoh's fursuit head. So that's a decent amount of cons, and I got to say, I've been to some of these cons, and I see you walking around in your lab coat handing out... so when do you hand out the surveys? Is it usually like near the reg line, or...?
It depends for the different cons. Well, we found that registration lines are great because, especially at Anthrocon, because there's this like 3-hour registration line to start and people have nothing to do. So like, hey, how about some science? And it also stops us from asking you to do a survey all weekend. So that works out pretty well for us.
How about some science? That's your pickup line right there, I think, Nuka.
I'm ready for that. Like that just makes me excited. Like, how about some science? I can't pass that up.
It works. Furries like science. Furries are nerds.
Yeah. Definitely seems to work.
I like setting things on fire.
Exactly. And I'm about, that's what happens to my hair. Science.
I'm liking the goatee thing going on here too. You got like the mad science now. Like you're learning. You see, like I'm getting the mad science thing going on too.
This is I did it years ago, and I tried shaving it off once in the past few years, and it was a mistake. I can't not have it now.
So let's jump into the survey results. So first of all, any big highlights, things you've learned in the past year, and maybe just anything that just straight up surprised you recently? I mean, you've been building up this information for so long. And
there's one thing I just want to ask before you say he answers. The one thing that I know that he's learned is never open-ended questions with furries.
Never. Ever open-ended questions. I was looking earlier. You had you were showing the furry survey results for the religion data, and you had that big other category. And I'm thinking, I know exactly what's in that other category. It's every smart-ass response that a furry can cram into a single line on a page. because that's what happens when you give, because furries are incredibly creative.
The religion of knots, the religion of fox butts. I mean, those are two things.
That's pretty tame compared to some of the things we've seen. So
Really? Oh my god!
I loved his creativity.
I remember you once asked a question. How many furries do you think they are? And didn't like tens of thousands of people respond with over 9,000?
Yeah. Oh yeah. That question was completely invalidated because over 9,000 was like the most popular response.
I love completely invalidated by furries.
Thank you for breaking that question. And I should have known better. I don't even blame furries for that one. I walked into that one.
Yeah.
But a species data is the same way too. If you give it, what is your species?
Oh no.
In the past few years, I've had to add a baked goods column, and there was more than one person in the baked goods. Fruit has had to be added. Fruit column.
Well, there's a fruit bat that's now a watermelon at MCFC. I'm not sure if you saw that suitor.
Yeah.
The watermelon fruit bat.
I don't think I've seen that one, but that's the first thing we've learned. To go back to your other question, Paradox, about sort of interesting stuff we've learned just in the past year, one of the coolest things we've done is look at post-con depression, because it's one of these things that a lot of furries, so we all kind of know about or acknowledge as a thing that we all kind of feel, but we finally collected some data on it. After all these years, we sat down and actually did a really solid study looking at post-con depression. So
I saw some parts of this too, and I was really...
Yeah. So we went to Anthrocon, and we got a whole bunch of people to do I think over 1,000 people did our survey at Anthrocon this year, and we got email addresses from a whole bunch of people. I think it was about 250 people gave us their email address, and they created a unique code so that we could link their answers a week. So a week later, we emailed them and had them do another survey, and we linked their answers a week after Anthrocon to their answers at Anthrocon, and it's clear as night and day. You can see this huge drop in their mood, in their well-being, in just everything. When sort of the week following a con, they crash, they get depressed, they feel, life feels a little less meaningful to them. They feel like they're really missing their friends. These sort of things happen, and we quantified it. We've actually shown, here are the numbers. This is post-con depression in a single figure.
That's crazy.
See, I've always kind of wondering if it kind of has a correlation or a tie with the fact that furries are such a tactile group, that the fact compared to other groups, like I'm not sure if you've even ever included this in one of your surveys, and I'd love to kind of get this kind of like...
Anthrocon 2016. We have... not to interrupt you, but...
No.
Go ahead.
My head.
We spend months in advance preparing these surveys. So we've already got the survey for Anthrocon done, and it's in ethics right now. And we have a huge section about physical contact, about things like hugging and cuddling. But I remember giving my colleague, Dr. Roberts, a hard time, because in the first draft of it, there were about 40 questions about hugging. And like, this is excessive. I don't think we need 40 questions about hugging. But there's a big section this year on the survey at Anthrocon about physical contact and about whether furries, how much physical attention do furries need, and what sorts of factors help us to predict, which furries really like hugging, and what factors help us to predict furries who are like, hey, don't, get away from me.
Well, not so much the hugging aspect, but I would love to know, just because like it is so strange, and we had this discussion on FurCast actually about how tactile furries are compared to other groups. Like when you go to a convention or something, you go out and hug someone, or there's always like somebody like scratching your back or something like that, something that's kind of just seen like normal behavior in like the subculture of furry. Yet when you go outside of furry to like normal everyday life, the normal thing is like a handshake, or sometimes not even no contact at all, because outside of furry, like it is kind of like wild to think you'd actually touch someone else. Like there's like almost a hands-off approach to how people kind of communicate and how people actually interact. And we had this kind of discussion, and I'd love to know, just in general from controlled groups, of how other conventions, like I know you did like interviews of, I think, sports fans and anime conventions,
Fantasy sport fans and anime fans, yeah.
And then furry, and I'd love to know like if those kind of have any kind of correlations of how much tactile touch actually is acceptable in those different aspects or different convention-wise, and then even compared to like an outside group of just like normal business. Have you ever done business casual people? Like I'd love to, but the hard part is how do you get a sample of, because we typically look for a sample size of like
300, 400, 500 people. And so it's easy if you want to get anime fans, go to an anime convention or go to an anime website. If you want to
Can you do lawyers?
But again, how do you get a sample of 500 lawyers? It's, I guess we could find like a lawyer convention or a lawyer website.
Do you remember the banking convention?
I remember at MFF for one year, there was a PhD convention. It was a convention about like learning how to get your PhD that was there at the same time that...
All I can think of is that banking convention that you and Freeze Frame had to do like the audio-video work.
Yeah, I did, I had a freelance AV production gig for a bank, and yeah, there were some interesting people there. Anyway, I don't want to get into that right now, but yeah, so, well, I mean, any other crazy findings? I'm sure you got tons of stuff. I mean, what else has been on your mind from the survey?
So I've recently just started, it's actually in the works right now. I've sent it to the British Journal of Social Psychology. We'll see if it gets published there. If not, I got a couple of other places in mind. But it's a paper that's been a few years in the works. And I've talked about it a little bit in the past, and this is now, I'm hoping it gets published because it's really cool. Especially, I think you'll be interested in it because it deals with Therians. And it's addressing this idea of self-dehumanization, I'm calling it. So this idea of, furries anthropomorphize animals. They bring animals into the domain of humans. And what psychologists have known for a long time is that if you want to make someone care about something, make it human. If you want people care about ecology and care about the environment, show them a picture of the earth with a big face on it, and suddenly they care about it. If you want to make people donate to animal charities, show a picture of a gorilla with a very human-like expression, and they'll care about it. And I wanted to make the argument that, well, okay, that, you can bring animals into the human domain and make people care about them. But what if you did the reverse? What about for people who put themselves into the domain of animals? And so the first two studies of this paper are all about Therians. We actually compared Therians to furries. And what we found was that more than and furries care a lot about animals to begin with, but even more than furries, Therians cared more about animal rights issues. They cared more about things like, is it appropriate to use animals for product testing, for laboratory research, using animals commercially for food and stuff. And what was even cooler was that was predicted by the extent to which they did this implicitly in their minds. So we gave them this. We didn't just ask them, do you think you're an animal? And Therians scored higher on that than furries did. But then we gave them this measure that you couldn't fake. It looked at patterns of reaction times and response times on a task. And
I love
fake that.
That's awesome.
I love subliminal testing where you do like a flash picture and how someone actually analyzes or like.
Yeah.
That's my favorite.
And we showed a picture on the screen, and you had to say, is this an animal or is this a human? You showed a word on the screen. Does this refer to you or to not you? And we did this hundreds of times, and we looked at the pattern of mistakes people made. And Therians were making a pattern of mistakes that shows that the concept of me and the concept of animal were much more closely entwined in their minds, in their brain. They were representing those as overlapping categories. And so this is, this idea that some people have this, Therians they're just people looking for attention. They're just people who are saying, I think I'm an animal to get some attention. I'm like, well, no, this is in their brains. They're treating self and animal as overlapping constructs.
I have the biggest smile on my face right now because it's science right now. It's like, this is the stuff I love.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
And I imagine it's validating for Therians too, to look at this data and say, see, like I'm not just making this stuff up.
Right, it's something you feel, yeah.
Yeah, it's when they say this is like deep down in how I see myself. Well, yeah, it is. The data show that it's a part of how you see yourself. Animals overlap with it.
That's crazy. That's so awesome. So one thing that I kind of want to know more about, and I'll just give an example of one thing that really stood out to me, and it's so hard to go over because you did a fantastic presentation at TFF, and the video's, I believe, more than an hour long. But and we're going to have that linked, by the way. It's already linked on the FurCast website, but we'll link it again. One thing that really stood out to me was one of your results that said that if you have siblings, if you have a nuclear family, and there's I guess brothers, sisters, whatever.
There's more than one kid, yeah.
Right, there's more than one kid. It's almost always the oldest child that is a furry.
I would say almost always, but
almost
you're much
always
more likely to be the overchild.
Much more likely. So first of all, what do you make of that? And second of all,
I'm the oldest.
I'm the oldest too.
I'm the oldest.
And
is there a correlation between the youngest? Because my youngest sibling in my nuclear family, my sister, is actually
exploding with I'm the oldest. Yeah.
Is now so my sister is now a furry. who draws furry artwork. And is like, she goes, I'm going to ride your coattails into the furry fandom.
But, well, I was just curious. I mean, what do you make of this, and how do you plan to look into it further?
Every once in a while, science throws you a curveball, and you just have... And this is one of our curveballs. I have no idea. For years, we've been sitting on this result, trying to figure out what, if anything, we can make of it. And I'm still to this... I mean, there's been a little bit of research on birth order and showing that, it predicts some things, and there's a few things it predicts really well. But as far as I know, there's not a whole lot that birth order predicts. So we have no theoretical reason, at least, to understand why.
So you have a pattern, but no way to correlate it to.
Yeah, we still haven't heard a really good, satisfying theory that's sort of consistent with other literature that would say why. Because I always think of furry as being very idiosyncratic. I mean, why furry and not model trains? Why furry and not anime? And to me, I think it's just why chocolate and not vanilla. It's just a preference thing. So it's weird that it has this really strong pull for oldest child. I never in a million years would have predicted that. And
that's really interesting.
Do you think that it has anything to, and we'll talk about the legitimacies of ethics and everything when you're doing this research, but do you think it has anything to do with the demographic of what you survey? Because you can't survey anyone under 18, correct? I mean,
yeah.
But I don't know if that would have anything to do with it, though.
That still upsets me so much, and I really wish, the general consensus of how you interview people could jump down to just 16. I just feel the kind of scope of what you'd kind of capture in those just 2 to 3 years difference, that would have such a, I would say, a twist of how the data is actually pulled. And I don't know, I don't
know if that has anything to do with this result, though, because the result is
not the result in this aspect,
right.
I just, from how I've seen the fandom, at least how we've done the show, and how many people who have actually watched the show in general, and how the differing views of people who are just joining into the fandom compared to the people who have been in the fandom for years.
It really sucks that you can't study that.
And I just find it'd be so tantalizing.
Well, I can speak to both your points. So first of all, to speak to the point of wouldn't it be nice to study minor or younger people? Yes, and to our ethics board's credit, I never wanted to look like our ethics board are these big cranky people who ruin all of our fun. Our ethics board has been fantastic, and we have in the past been allowed to study people under 16. But the problem is you have to be a lot more careful. As soon as you're dealing with minors, legally, it's just a nightmare. If something happens, if you run into problems what if a minor accidentally gets outed? What if they take one of our debriefing forms home, leave it lying around, and their parent finds out that they're a furry because of our research? That's a huge deal. So they've let us do it in the past, but it's really, really dicey, and there's a lot we have to be careful about. So we've sort of said, well, it's not all that we stand to gain from it isn't worth all the added risk that we take. And the good news is that the folks over at Furry Survey who do other, who are the other sort of big survey, they are allowed. They're not bound by an ethics board, so they can look at minors. And we've in the past compared our data and found that our data match up pretty solidly on all the stuff that we're allowed to sort of look at. So anyone over 18, our data match up pretty solidly. But they've got data on minors, so we kind of infer by looking at their data and eyeballing it and saying, okay, well, if we were allowed to look at minors, it would probably look very similar to what they found. So we kind of take a little bit of solace in that. As for whether or not looking at people over the age of 18 would make our data more likely to pull for the older sibling, that might be true. But if that were the case, I would expect that over each year, you wouldn't expect year to year. You would expect year to year differences as those younger siblings become older, and we don't really see that. The pattern still holds, and I'm not entirely sure. Again, it's this weird quirk that I'm not 100% sure about.
Anomaly.
Yeah,
it's an anomaly that I'm not sure. And another problem becomes we've got on any given survey. Like if you look at our Anthropon survey, we've got over 200 questions on it. And for every question like this, we'd have to ask, 10, 20, 30 questions. That survey would get so long. Like we have to cut it down from 500 or 600 questions every year to make it manageable for people.
Yeah.
So every time we get a question like this, we always have to ask, what do we stand to gain from asking this versus how long is it going to be? And the older sibling question is one of those ones where we always wanted to know the answer to it, but we'd never be able to publish a paper on it. We'd never be able to do anything with it. So we can never quite justify the costs in terms of space.
Yeah, and I have a question. I know that your questions on the survey have evolved over the years, and you've learned new ways of asking questions that can give you more reliable data. But even maybe to some of the questions that have stayed the same, have there been any changes over the years? Has there been any data that you've noticed, like, furries are getting older, or furries are getting, on average, any like, have you noticed that at all?
You're asking like questions that stand out that have been changing dramatically.
Nothing, not where you would expect, and this is what's really interesting because one of the things that we've noticed is that there's this huge drop off of furries at about the late 20s, early 30s. You see this dramatic drop off in furries, and some people have argued, it's because the fandom's so young, and if you wait 10 years, you're going to see a whole bunch of older furries come in, and that's called the cohort effect. And we're not seeing that. So if that were the case, you would expect the skew to slowly, this ripple, basically, this wave to kind of travel through the data. And we're not seeing that. It seems to be that, whether you're looking at it 5 years ago or today, and I'm guessing 10 years from now, you'll see the same thing. It's going to be the case that there's a big, huge spike at younger furries in the late teens, early 20s, and then this drop in furries. And we think it has to do with life happens. Whether it's getting a family, having a career, you just get so busy that other stuff kind of gets in the way. Or the other hypothesis that we have, and this is the one I'm really pushing for, is the idea that furry fulfills a function for people. That you have a lot of people coming into the fandom who are very lonely, who are they go through high school feeling left out or like they don't belong anywhere. They find the fandom, and that gives them a sense of belongingness, a sense of community, a sense of friendship. And so you hang out with the same group of friends for 3, 4, 5 years. And after a while, you start to notice that you can hang out with each other without furry needing to be in the room, without having to be at a con, without needing to be in fursuits, without needing to be talking about furry stuff. And so you kind of leave the fandom, but keep the friends from it.
I would have to wholeheartedly agree with that because I feel like, in general, just from a small meets level group to like where I am now, when I was younger, like I constantly had the urge to go to like smaller meets, hang out with furries, like kind of like dive more. Like I was always kind of diving a lot more into furry itself. And then now as I've gotten older and I'm 27 now, I kind of pull furries that I know that I like hanging out with, but not so much the furry aspect of it, but where we share interests that originally were furry, but furry isn't our huge like. But our talking point.
I don't know if it makes though, because and I've always said this to a few of my friends. I'm like, the community side of furry is something that might come in or out of my life, depending. But I found the furry fandom because I was psychologically attracted to the artwork, right? In many ways, the pornography and everything else. Like that's what drove me here, and I don't think that's really going to go away. So I feel like. It's weird. Like as you grow older, maybe you stop going to cons as much. Maybe the community aspects of it drop off.
What's the difference between what we call fandom and fanship? So fanship is this is a thing that I like, and that probably won't go away. So again, it's I like this artwork, or that's an aesthetic thing, and that probably hangs around for a long time. And you are a fan of something. Whether or not you're in a room by yourself looking at it or you're at an art show with 500 other furries in the room. So that doesn't change. But the fandom part, the group collective sharing of interests is the part that I think changes. And that's what's showing up in our numbers where we're seeing a fall off of people after 30. Fewer furries after the age of 30 are going to conventions or spending time online and on furry websites. And I'm thinking one of the other reasons I think that might be the case too is this idea of the fandom isn't what it used to be. And you see this with every generation of furries. Right now it's people rolling their eyes and saying, "Oh my God, bronies," or it'll a few months it'll be, "Oh my God, there's an influx of people who are here because of Zootopia." Go back 5 years or 10 years ago and people were saying, "Oh God, these people who are into Pokemon," and "Oh my gosh," and go back before that, "Oh my gosh, The Lion King," and Disney.
Right.
So the things that got you into the fandom, fast forward 5 or 10 years from now, and you have all these new people in the fandom who
have a different view almost.
Yeah, all the memes are different. All the popular artwork is different. All the artists who you got into the fandom for have left. And so it's just not the same place. So what you do, and a lot of gray muzzles will talk about this, is if they do go to conventions, they'll hang out with other gray muzzles and they'll go to dinner meets, or they'll hang out together, because this is another group that they can talk about. Remember this artist. Remember this particular con. Remember when this meme was really popular. Remember when all the furries
It's so funny that you're talking about this, because I can see how this is so accurate to how I even represent myself in the fandom, even in recent years, which I still love going to conventions, but it's gotten to the point where I've gotten such a large group of friends, or friends that I love hanging out with, that we share such similar interests, that like we can actually plan like our own mini convention where we'll get like 10, 15, 20 of us. We'll party in a hotel room or something like that, just drinking and stuff like that. And it's like the same aesthetic feel of us actually going to a convention.
But it's not the convention.
But it's not a convention anymore.
Yeah, it's
us hanging out. It's our group. But even in the same aspects, even when I was younger in the fandom, like I dissociated myself with it, because there was an age gap of when I started in the fandom. Like everyone in my group was about 10 years older than me when I first started, before I even met this person over here, this damn wolf. That like everyone else was in their own little meme based of had everyone like every little thing that they were into the fandom with, and then I, as a younger person that was in the fandom, I couldn't relate well enough to like feel accepted by their group, and it was just because of the age gap. But then kind of when you grow a little bit older, and we always joked about this too, is that when you reach a certain age in the fandom too, age really doesn't hold much meaning anymore.
Yeah, you kind of open up. Yeah,
I don't know. I guess certain age bracket, which at least from my own understanding and my own experiences in the fandom, which I kind of loved, is that you hit like a certain age bracket and everyone's kind of on par and equal.
I'd say that age is close to the mid-20s. Because what you find, and psychologists have known this for a while, is that even though we say you're an adult at 18, your brain, the executive functioning, the frontal cortex, that's all still developing well into the early 20s and the mid-20s. And it's not until about 24 or 25 that your brain is sort of finished growing into a fully formed adult, if you want to call it that. And so you can imagine if you're 25 talking to 16, 17, 18-year-olds, you may feel like there's this disconnect. You may feel like, well, I'm dealing with a mortgage. I'm dealing with, talking about marriage or having kids. and an 18-year-old is talking about how much he hates his high school teacher, or he's talking about how he doesn't want to work this crappy summer job. So you feel like there's just not as much in common. But once you get to, 24, 25 years old, you've all kind of got a sense of perspective, age seems to matter a little bit less. Although I still think there are those cohort effects where, again, two people who got into the fandom at 16 and they're now 25, they can talk about the same stuff. They can talk about having like I can talk about the furry experience in the early days of dial-up internet, in the days of
AOL, baby.
Good old Mux IRC.
Yeah, but talk to a 16-year-old furry today, and this isn't ripping on 16-year-old furries, but that's just an experience that's foreign to them. And the same thing, if you go 10 years from now and talk to furries 10 years from now and say, oh, remember when bronies were getting into the fandom and everyone was losing their mind? And
they'll have no remembrance or anything.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Hey, I was driving in a car, and this one, and like the other host is not here right now because he's off drifting because he's a dog. I was singing all like the Disney tunes, and none of them could even sing Lion King with me. And I was like, I'm upset with both of you. This is not right.
Yeah.
This is what I grew up on. How do you not know these Disney songs?
Yeah.
And like I was struggling.
Wow.
Well, and it's a very, very different place. Even things like furry mucks. If I say furry muck, that will mean something to furries, who've been in the fandom for 10 years.
Yeah, it means something to me.
Yeah, but talk to a 14 or 15-year-old furry, and the hell is that?
Yeah. I mean, I have a furry code. How many people around here even know what a furry code is?
I have a furry code.
I love my furry code. It's got H and then a bunch of pluses next to it because I like hugs. Yeah. There we go.
But modern furries will also say the same thing. They'll say things, like Second Life is a big deal to a lot of furries. There's a contingent of furries who are big on Second Life, who will roll their eyes and say, "Oh my gosh, who are these furries from 15 or 20 years ago?" or even go back further, 30 years ago, and talk about science and independent publications. You know, these magazines that were passed around between artists. And
But even Second Life itself has become its own little fandom, because I remember because I kind of go dips with like the fad. I guess you could say fads of the day, but like there are also people that are never leave the fad, and they kind of become the diehards from it. And I remember when like Second Life was just coming up, and it was like the next biggest thing for furry communication. Like that, if you weren't involved in that, if you weren't in like Second Life, well, you weren't even a furry then, because you needed to be in there, like having your own little groups and everything. And I remember like you could buy your own plot of land for like $5 a month or something like that. It was something like cheap as all shit. And like Cloud9, there was like the porn groups and everything like that people were going to. And I still remember that, but I wasn't in it for that long, because it was like everyone exploded into it at once. You weren't furry unless you were in part of it. And then it kind of dwindled down, but there was still a huge core group that never left it, and it's still going strong today. And I know people that are still in it today, but like to me, like it was fun for the time, but I couldn't stick with it. It just wasn't my weird thing. And then all my group of friends kind of like drifted towards the next thing, and then I kind of followed suited.
Well, that's not unique to furries either. And this is the thing that a lot of people don't understand. Facebook, which we think, oh my gosh, everyone's on Facebook. Facebook is showing a decline in incoming people, and they're saying that Facebook is specific to a particular generation. That there's a particular age group where Facebook was the way to interact with other people on social media, and newer people who are just
Telegram.
13,
Telegram, it's the same thing. And I believe Facebook has actually predicted that, and that's one of the reasons Facebook is getting into so much other business. But speaking of other business, I also just want to talk about. I want to jump into just some last questions we had here. So the first is, what are some science do's and don'ts that anyone maybe wanting to do similar research needs to consider to ensure their practice is legitimate? I mean, talk about all the ethics and ethics.
Oh, and ethics. Oh, it always sounds like I'm complaining about ethics, and I absolutely am not. Ethics is the way that we make sure that there are sober second look. We come up with a brilliant idea for a study, and ethics is, okay, rein that in for a second. Have you thought about this? Have you thought about this? So, and ethics is a really good way of sort of making sure that you're not missing something potentially disastrous.
Kind of like a check and balance almost, if you want to.
Yeah, it's because I mean, researchers, if we could, we would do all kinds of crazy shit. That a cool experiment to see what would happen if I were to sink an electrode into your brain. That, you know, every time I pushed a button would zap your brain. But that's probably not a good idea, despite the fact that it would be really cool from a scientific perspective. Ethics is that sober second look. So when it comes to what's good and bad scientific practice, I would almost always say, having an ethics board, if you're going to do proper scientific research, you have to do it, go through an ethics board, go through a university.
I just want to say that I love the fact that you called ethics as sober science. I'm sorry, I caught that right off the bat, and I was like, that is the best analogy for ethics, is sober science.
Yeah, that's pretty great. As you take a swig of your beer there.
Yeah. No, this is soda.
Oh, soda. Oh, sure. Yeah.
Dad's root beer?
Yeah, it's someone's root beer. Root beer. But so in talking about good and bad science, I would say, go through an ethics board and really know a thing or two about what you're doing before you start. So there have been people who approached us before who say, hey, look, I wanted to do a study about furries, and I sort of started looking into it, and I feel like I did something wrong. And they go, well, what did you do? Well, we went to a convention, and we started asking furries about their fetishes, and we started asking them about, like, okay, stop right there. You've clearly missed. You don't even know what you're talking about. You don't know what furries are in the first place. So you need to know a little bit about what you're studying before you even go in. I mean, we do research at Anthicon and other conventions, but there was a huge learning process, and we really had to spend a lot of years getting furries to trust us before we could start asking questions about.
I remember that survey that kind of like was catastrophically like a twist that didn't follow any ethics and blatantly went off a path. And I remember you were like, we had a discussion with you about that like a while back, and then it was just like, no, stop that shit.
Yes. So go ahead.
I was just going to say, yeah, I remember that too. I remember there was a time where perhaps there was some surveying going on that was not you, and you were not happy. Well, I don't know about not happy with it, but you had some concerns.
We were pissed off. We were absolutely pissed off.
Oh yeah.
I won't name names, because but the idea was there was a person who was studying the furry fandom, and you could tell that not a lot of no ethics went into it. Turns out that in their particular departments, ethics was not a requirement.
Drunk science.
Well, I don't want to say that, but it wasn't a requirement for them to go through an ethics board. And you could tell that they hadn't done their homework on what a furry was. And so a lot of their questions were very fetishy, were very, that's all they were really interested in the furry fandom. And if that's the case, fine. If that's really what you're interested in, fine. But first of all, recognize that you're going to piss off a lot of furries if that's all you ask about. And secondly, what they failed to mention to people was that all of this was it was part of a bigger study where they were trying to make strong claims about particular fetishes and about particular sexual desires. And in some ways, furries were kind of being implicitly compared to pedophiles, which I think if furries had seen an informed consent that said, hey, this is what we're looking at, by the way, they probably would have thought twice about, well, hey, wait a minute, what is this study trying to say about fur? What are you guys doing?
That's crazy.
And an ethics board would have caught that. An ethics board would have said, well, hold on. Like, do you have any research to back this up? Like, do you have any reason whatsoever for believing this? Have you given any thought to how furries are going to take this? And not a lot had got into this. And so we actually approached the school, and we contacted the school and said, hey, are you guys aware that this is going on? Maybe you should look into it. And it's not a requirement for us to have ethics board approval. And we got really up in arms about that.
Wow.
You should. And it ended up not going any further than that. But as far as I know,
because that's just making a biased assumption of anything. You could just you're making a correlation that has no correlating factor, and the fact that people themselves that aren't I'm not going to say intelligent, but aren't really scientifically prone to looking at things, when you kind of see a comparison of A plus B equals C, you just make that assumption or that affirmant from it. Or
you just reminded me of a thing that I.
Go ahead.
I'm going to go on my rant.
Go. I'm ready.
I'm ready. So go ahead.
Okay, here's my rant. So the whole thing stems from this one, my new pet peeve, and I ranted about it when I was at Furry Fiesta. I ranted about it at Further Confusion. If you're at Anthrocon, you're going to hear me rant about it.
I'm ready.
Furry is not a fetish. Period. That is not saying that fetishes are a bad thing. That's not trying to moralize fetishes. But what I'm saying is it is factually incorrect to refer to what furries do as a fetish. And here's why. Here's my proof. So we've asked furries in the past, to what extent is sex the reason you're here? Like, to what extent are you here for the porn? Did you get into it for, because of
mersuits or
whatever. And furries said, well, yeah, I like porn. 98% of male furries look at porn. So they said, yeah, porn's a thing I'm interested in, but that's not the only reason I'm here. That's not even the biggest reason I'm here. And to contrast that, look at BDSM. Now, if you took the sex out of BDSM, you just have a bunch of leather and some whips and chains. You couldn't have a BDSM convention.
Whips and chains,
right.
Without any sex. So that's why it's a fetish, because first and foremost, the people are there for the sexual interest in it. But if you took all the pornography out of furry tomorrow, you'd still have a furry fandom. You'd still have furry content. You'd still have furry communities, furry musicians, furry game designers, furry writers, furry artists. So there's absolutely sex in the fandom, but the fandom isn't a fetish. And that's where I think these folks went wrong, was they started with a flawed premise. They said, okay, furry is a fetish, and here's what we know about fetishists and blah, 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 blah. And their premise was wrong from the get-go. And if they'd had a look at the data, they would have realized that, oh, that's true.
I love that analogy. And I don't think, to be honest, you're the first person that I've ever seen use this analogy. And the fact that you said that furry's not a fetish, but then proved it by saying if you took all sex out of the fandom would still exist. And the same thing, if you took all sex out of BDSM, would it still exist?
It would be entirely different. And you can flip it on its head. If you want to see why I'm getting so mad, it was, oh, what's the big deal? The sex and furry, so what's so bad about calling it a fetish? I'm like, okay, well, what if I said video gamers are people with a video game fetish? Why? Because a lot of them look at pornography of their favorite video game characters. Maybe it's the case that 90% of gamers also enjoy video game themed pornography, but it's incorrect to say that it's a video game fetish because the masturbating to pornography of your favorite video game character is not what the video game fandom is about. If you took all the sex out, you still have video games.
Yeah.
That is beautiful because I don't think anyone really has gone and said that on the show. I don't think I've ever even heard anyone say that in general of it, and it is such a distinctive way to describe furry. Even if you want to say that people that try to go about saying, "Oh, well, there's not sex in the fandom," but there is, and there's not porn in the fandom, but there is, and it's one of those things that the fandom has. All of these correlating things.
It's really a community.
It's a bubble of community.
It's really a community that's so accepting that we have everything in it. You can share intimacy with people by doing art, by going out to eat, or by having sex. But to say that it is a fandom of going out to eat, or to say that it is a fandom of sex is just wrong. It's not what it is.
And people, whenever I say that furry's not a fetish, there's this assumption that I'm trying to sanitize the fandom, that I'm trying to say, oh, sex shouldn't be, and absolutely not. Like, I'm the first person. It's hard data that says that 98% of male furries and 75% of female furries look at porn.
Hey, Nuka, is there porn behind you on the wall right now?
We're not gonna. I'm strategically keeping my head right about here, so you don't see the really gratuitous one behind me there.
Yes.
I love you, Nuka.
I saw a few comments, and I do look at the chat, by the way. I saw a few comments in the chat saying, "Ask Nuka about his furry smut." So
no, I remember like everything that you've had, and like I remember like wasn't it during like the one interview media that you were a part of that was great, but everyone made fun of the shorts. But my mistake, because it wasn't even supposed to be a part of that, it was just like throwing ahead. I know, we've been there, we've done things,
That was the National Geographic episode.
But I remember you like saying that you were cleansing because before any cameras there, you were just like, nope, this one is nope, this one goes in the.
I'm more okay with like this is my day-to-day life. I've got ponies, I've got furry boobs on the wall, whatever.
Good, yeah, that's good. I like this.
But whenever I give this is very laid back. I mean, obviously this is not a professional. Context, but like when I give a TV interview or when I give a professional interview, I've learned through trial and error things like I take the collar off. I don't mention that I'm a fursuiter. Because and this has happened before where I've had not Fox News, who the hell was it? Inside Edition did an interview with me about the furry the chlorine attack at the con, and so they wanted to interview me about furries. And so the first thing I did was put a white sheet behind me, and I took the collar off and I was Dr. Courtney Plantz, psychologist. Right. And they said, "Oh, but you're a furry, right?" I'm like, "Well, yes, but I'm here to talk to you as a psychologist." And they said, "Oh, do you have a fursuit?" I'm like, yes, but that's not what I'm here to talk about. Can you put it on? I'm like, would you bring Neil deGrasse Tyson onto your show and say, "Oh, so can you put on this giant model of the solar system on a helmet?" So like you're bringing the person on as an expert on the subject, and the first thing you're trying to do is trivialize your expert by making him look ridiculous.
Yeah.
When I put my fursuit on, I look ridiculous. That's why I don't give my professional talks in it. That's why I don't go on the news as Dr. Courtney Plantz and put the suit on.
Yeah. Believe me, I've noticed that from working with media enough times now. You see that they want kind of they want to grab the most like eye-catching, kind of derogatory, anything that they can do anything
that's visual
is the pop.
And it's not even because the media is trying to be negative to you or because they're trying to, it's just simply that they want it to be interesting and they want it to be visual, and they don't know how to do that because you being a doctor talking about science probably isn't interesting to 90% of the people who watch Inside Edition.
There is ways of interesting, it just depends on how you actually edit things together, but it's easier to edit something of a gigantic furry animal than it is to make something interesting for everyone or pop it.
Well, you're also capitalizing on people's existing schema. So, for example, if I were to say, "Oh, here's a study about Star Wars fans. The first thing they're going to do is show a bunch of people wearing stormtrooper outfits and lightsabers, and that I would be willing to guess that most fans of the movie Star Wars don't walk around wearing that regalia, but because they're trying to say, okay, these are who we're talking about people, they do that. So whenever there's a story about furries, they'll cut to a picture of here's a bunch of fursuits, because they'll think, oh, that makes sense. Despite the fact that only 15 to 20% of furries own a fursuit. And this is where you get this misconception of, oh, furries are people who wear fursuits, which is also entirely incorrect. But if you just said, here's a bunch of furries, and it was just a bunch of people sitting around, go to any convention and grab a slice of people sitting around, and 80% of them aren't wearing a fursuit. They're sitting around, on a laptop or talking to one another, or passing art back and forth. And that doesn't conjure up the images that people have of furries. They say that's a bunch of adolescent males sitting around a table. That's not a furry.
So, thank you. This interview is incredible, by the way. Thank you so much for joining us.
It's been a while since I've gotten to actually pick your brain, so this has been, I have to say, great.
Absolutely excellent. I just have two questions I just want to finish with really fast. So the first one is, any advice for someone who wants to get into this sort of science education-wise? I mean, tell us about your education, and what do you suggest for anybody who's just absolutely fascinated with this stuff?
As a professional choice, I wouldn't. I'd say don't do it. It was called a career killer for me at one point by my supervisors, and I love it. Don't get me wrong. I absolutely love to death what I do. But you can't just study furries, and I've learned this. Whether it's applying for grant money, whether it's trying to get your work published. As far as psychologists are concerned, I'm not a furry researcher. I'm a fantasy researcher. I'm a fandom researcher. I'm a researcher who studies immersion into different fandoms. So if you're trying to go with that approach, if you're trying to pitch this to a supervisor, or if you're doing an honors thesis or a master's thesis, or you're in a psychology program somewhere, don't sell yourself as a furry researcher. That's like the first way to sink yourself. You have to tie it to something that people care about. No one cares. No psychologist in the world cares about furry research. What they do care about is dehumanization research, or fantasy research, or fandom research.
Right. That's excellent.
Yeah, and then I guess the second thing too would be the work that we've done with the International Anthropomorphic Research Project has really paved the way for other researchers to kind of come in and do the same thing. We've kind of shown proof of concept that, hey, you can go to conventions, you can study furries this way. Furries are a very willing audience to be studied. You just have to be respectful of them, and you have to approach it in a very professional fashion to encourage people to come to us and talk to us. And we oftentimes will put other people's questions on our surveys, or we'll help them say, okay, well, if there's a convention near you, here's what we'd suggest you do. So that's what I would suggest. Okay,
and then my last question is, talk a little bit about how your survey is funded, and are there any struggles you've gone through, or do you have anything to say about funding science in general?
Always fund science is what the
I would say, so we've been funded in the past by the Canadian government. We've had a $65,000 grant from the Canadian government to study furries. That ran out a couple years ago. So we're applying again. Every year we apply for more, and we're hoping this year we'll see what happens. But a lot of it is funded just by us, like out of our own pockets. Like anytime you see me at Anthrocon, I think in all but one cases, I was paying for it out of my own pocket. And at Furry Fiesta this year, at Further Confusion this year, that was me paying for it. All of the printing costs for every survey at Furry Fiesta has been printed by us. It's because we love what we do and we're passionate about it. And so we sort of pay for it ourselves because we really believe in it. It's
incredible.
So it's not like a money grab or anything like that. We're not trying to. I'm certainly not getting rich off of my little one bedroom studio apartment here. I'm certainly not getting rich off of it.
Oh, geez. Well, thank you for the interview. I cannot wait to see you again at a con. I am definitely. I think I'm buying you dinner, and what's the next cons you going to? You're going to AC, right?
Of course,
I'm going to Anthrocon, and then not even a week later, like 5 days later, I'm going to BronyCon. So I'm just that'll be a really hellish but also awesome week for me.
Well,
if you need to do any fursuit tracking, I volunteer my tribute. So if you want to do any kind of fursuiting stuff,
we already haven't put a chip in your suit there. Just saying.
It'll be a mess. You'll regret all the videos that you get from it. You'll learn a lot about me.
Oh my! It's,
Not in that way.
I've seen everything.
Oh, I've seen everything going to a convention.
I feel like if you spied on Pharaoh, I would just get upset with how not raunchy your life is.
No, because remember, I'm the boner killer.
That's true,
I've walked in on so many things that have happened at conventions.
So basically, watching your life would just be like anti-porn. It would be just like watching all these people just completely.
Pretty much, I would give you the full scope of the fandom in a fursuiter's view by accident of just how my life goes.
You mentioned boner. Can I get away with one quick story?
Yes.
Sure, yeah, go ahead.
My aspiration for this whole thing, if I succeed in nothing else, I have to tell a story. When we did the porn study a couple years ago, one of the things that ethics requested, they said, okay, well, people are going to be looking at pornography in your study. They're going to be walking out of this computer room, and there's going to be a situation.
Oh my.
So this was a thing we had to deal with, and so I created a task, which, as far as I'm concerned, is the first time it's ever been done, and I called it the blatantly obvious need for erection reduction task, the boner task, which was immediately after looking at all this pornography, you have to write a paragraph talking about your grandmother. Tell us about your grandmother.
Oh my God.
To completely wipe out any of that. And so if I succeed in nothing else in this field, I want to get the Plant Boner Protocol put into a serious psychological paper somewhere. That is my goal. My father will be so disappointed in me when he finds out that is the name.
The boner in itself of that was an acronym, wasn't it? Because I missed it. You said it once, and I needed to hear you to say it.
Blatantly obvious need for erection reduction task. So I want the Plump Boner Protocol to get my name attached to that for 100 years from now. That'll be the thing that comes up with my name.
That's going to be on your gravestone right there.
I want to say one last thing, too. I see a lot of really awesome questions in the chat, and I wish we had time to address them. So maybe sometime in the future, we can do just grab questions out of the chat kind of thing. I'd love to do that.
Oh, we'd love to have you on again, and we could even have it where we have all the, we used to do it beforehand where we had fans submit their questions or questions that they wanted answered, and then we would have the interview answer those questions. So, I mean,
absolutely love to do that.
Obviously, you're one of our, favorite guests. There's no doubt in my mind we would have you on another show. So
yeah, absolutely, we got to do this again. But thank you so much for just all of the effort you've put into this, the personal money you've put into this, and the amount of really awesome information you've given both the fandom and us. Thank you so much.
Awesome, thank you very much.
And your boner research is on key and on point with myself of being known as the Blue Boner Killer.
Maybe that'll be the boner task next time. We'll just be talk about Pharaoh. Just tell us what you know about the guy.
All right. Thank you for calling in, Nuka.
All right. Have a good night, guys.
You as well.
Excellent. Absolutely excellent. Nuka's just such an incredible guy. Like I said, I am definitely, I think I'm buying dinner when we go to AC. You guys are listening to FurCast live on XBN. We are going to take a music break and then just, I don't know, maybe finish with some final thoughts. I don't know how late we want to go. We do have a little bit of news. So.
Can we please play Weird Al's virus?
I don't have it.
Can you YouTube it?
No, I'm not YouTubing it.
Please.
No.
This is the show for this.
Why?
Virus report. Because the whole joke of what we've been accomplishing, just please pull up virus report.
Okay, well, I can't start with it.
I know you can't start with it, but it just, I feel it's relevant to IPs.
All right.
You're listening to FurCast.
Hey everybody, you're listening to FurCast and XBN. I just ate a cookie in front of this camera, and by the way, this camera has a YUV conversion issue on the HDSDI converter, so I know it looks all purple. But anyway, I just made the mistake of eating the cookie right above my laptop, and that was kind of dumb, but luckily this MacBook has island keys. I really like computer keyboards that have island, well, I mean, I don't use that on my main computer, but I like laptops that have island keys because it makes it so much easier to clean up crumbs when you're a fucking idiot. And I was just an idiot, and it was just like, oh, cool, I can clean out the little edges and everything. Anyway, you guys are listening to FurCast. We got one more track, which happens to be a Weird Al track.
Posing you next to yourself.
Before we, oh yeah, I'm that's me, by the way. That's my bulge right there for anybody who's watching our live video stream. Anyway, one more track and then we'll be back, guys.
Hey everyone, listen up, your attention if you please. Really wanna give you a warning, cause I found out this morning about a dangerous, insidious computer virus. If you should get an email with the subject stinky cheese, better not go taking a chances under no circumstances should you open it, or else it will translate your documents into Swahili, make your TV record Chile, nutrient pets and give your laundry static clean. Look out, it's gonna make your computer screen freeze. Look out, erase the Easter eggs off your DVDs. Look out, erase your hard drive and your backups too, and the hard drive of anyone related to you. Virus alert, delete immediately before someone gets hurt. Forward this message onto everybody. Soon, very soon, it will make all the paint peel off your walls. It'll make your keyboard all sticky, give your poodle a hickey, and invest your cash in stock in Euro Disney. Then it will tie up your phone, making crank long distance calls. It'll set your clocks back an hour and start clogging the shower. So just trash it now, or else it will decide to give you a permanent wedgie. Legally change your name to Reggie, even mess up the pH balance in your poo. Look out, it's gonna melt your face right off your skull. Look out, and make your iPod only play Jethro Tull. Look out, and tell you knock-knock jokes while you're trying to sleep. Look out, and make you physically attracted to sheep. Look out, steal your identity and your credit card. Look out, buy you a warehouse full of pink leotards. Look out, then cause a major rift in time and space, and leave a bunch of Twinkie rappers all over the place. That's right, it's a virus alert. Delete immediately before someone gets hurt. Forward this message onto everybody. Virus alert. Delete immediately before someone gets hurt. Forward this message onto everybody. Warn all your friends, send this to everybody. Tell everyone you know, tell everybody now. If you get infected, you'll wish you had never been born. So before it emails your grandmother all of your porn, turn off your computer and make sure it powers down. Drop it in a 43-foot hole in the ground. Bury it completely, rocks and boulders should be fine. Then burn all the clothes you may have worn anytime you were alive. Virus alert, delete immediately before someone gets hurt. Forward this message onto everybody. Virus alert, delete immediately before someone gets hurt. Forward this message onto everybody. Virus alert, delete immediately before someone gets hurt. Forward this message onto everybody. Warn all your friends, send this to everybody. Tell everyone you know, tell everybody now. What are you waiting for? Just hurry up and forward this to every single person that you know. Hit send right now.
You guys are listening to FurCast live on XBN. I lied. We actually have one more track because I needed to be here to control that last track, but I need to go to the bathroom, so we're going to play one more track.
This is the Zana Broadcasting Network.
gonna leave you. He's heading over yonder. Tell him that I told you, I told you, I told you. Whoa, whoa. When you're rolling like a stone, when you're shaking in your bones, I'll be waiting here for you. When you're running from your ghost and there's nowhere left to go, to go, 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 to go, 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 go. Won't be any longer. Love's gonna lead you, gonna make you stronger. Tell 'em that I told you, I told you, I told you. Whoa, whoa. When you're rolling like a stone, when you're shaking in your bones, I'll be waiting here for you. When you're running from your ghost and there's nowhere left to go.
You guys are listening to FurCast on XBN. I hope you guys are enjoying the show. It has been quite a crazy night for us here. It's been a very unusual show. We've had so many events. We had the incidents. We had the fantastic interview with Nuka. Shout out to Nuka. That was absolutely amazing. I believe he just went to bed, so good night, Nuka, if he's still tuned into the audio stream. And in the meantime, we are back, and I have no fucking clue what we're doing now.
There we go.
Yeah, and he's got... Pharaoh wanted his fursuit head next to his... There we go. Here,
Well,
lean
I
into
didn't.
my camera a little more.
The chat room did.
The chat room asked... There we go. Yeah, see? There. Now you can... The chat room wanted to see this next to Pharaoh's fursuit head, and there we go. So yeah, good old Cheetah Paws calendar. By the way, shout out to Cheetah Paws' calendar. It is the Cheetah Paws Space Explorers 2016 calendar. You can buy it on Fur Planet. So just Google search Fur Planet or just go to Cheetah Paws' Fur Affinity. And
Cheetah Paws is amazing.
You can get links to it. Cheetah Paws is so freaking cool. Cheetah Paws, if I ever see you at all in real life, I am going to A, hug the shit out of you, B, buy you dinner, C, buy you a drink, and 4, cuddle you a lot. So you're awesome.
I want a fursuit with you.
You want a fursuit with him?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah,
He has a fursuit.
The music video he was in was pretty good too. You remember that?
What?
The music video that Cheetah Paws was in?
Yeah.
It was pretty funny.
Wow.
Yeah. So,
yeah.
We're doing this
Hi.
again.
What?
Yep.
What?
Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Okay,
How's
so
it going?
moving up, Pharaoh. Okay, Pharaoh.
Fox,
yeah,
fox,
move that
fox,
way.
Fox.
No being a fox. No.
Fox.
Mm-mm.
Fox.
No. Bad fox. Bad fox.
Fox.
No.
Fox.
Just gonna let him keep
Fox,
going.
fox,
He's
fox,
just
fox,
gonna.
Fox.
Oh, look at my email. Let's see. I'm just gonna check my email.
Fox.
Confirmation from AT&T. But
Fox.
Bill, that's nice. That's
Blue.
No, it's not blue actually.
Blue.
Nope.
Blue.
Nope.
Fox. Rah.
Okay. Anyway, so where do we even go from here, Pharaoh? I mean, we've got news. We could do news. we've got a few things.
Well, I feel like we gotta jump into a little bit of stupid news then to change the night around.
Okay, why don't we read one informative article and one dumb article? How about that?
I think we need more than just one dumb article.
Well,
we don't have to do emails tonight. I feel we'll want to do like another show. Like
why don't we do another
week?
show completely dedicated to emails?
Yeah, we could do that.
We could do that.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Wednesday,
Maybe.
Monday.
Stay tuned to social media, guys. We'll find out. Or, again, FurCast.fm/subscribe. Sign up via email. You'll get alerts about all of our stuff. Anyway, so we've got Essential Pittsburgh interviewed... let me see if I can actually get this open really quick, because I apologize, I didn't have it open ahead of time. Essential Pittsburgh interviewed the guy that did the Personas documentary, which is really fascinating. So we might play a little clip of that. I guess this technically should have been kind of in our links roundup. But so just to play you guys a little clip of that.
And it's Essential Pittsburgh. I'm Paul Guggenheimer. Anthrocon is a favorite annual summer event here in Pittsburgh. Each year, furries take over downtown, dancing and posing and frolicking around the city. In his first film, Personas, director Dominic Rodriguez looks at the culture and community of these furries. The film debuted at the Slam Dance Festival in Park City, Utah, right across from Sundance, and it had its Pittsburgh premiere last night at the Regent Square Theater. I'm joined in studio by Dominic Rodriguez.
I still getting to see this.
Yeah, so it's only been screened at a few places, a few film festivals. It has gotten rave reviews by everybody who's seen it. Just about.
Can we ask him for it?
I would love to see it and at least give a review of it. But I know that he's doing it at like festivals and at conventions, like they're doing showings at conventions. But I really would like to see it.
Pittsburgh.
Thank you for having me on.
Before we get into our discussion, let's listen to a clip from the trailer of the film just to give people a flavor of what you have put together here.
And it's actually a clip of Kage talking about how furries are, where they come from, and the cartoons, and what influences the fandom and stuff. But anyway, I'm not gonna play the rest of that because it's a whole 10 minutes. But I just want to put this on the screen. It's 90.5, which by the way we were on 90.5 once. Pharaoh, do you remember that? You remember being on
non-syndicated,
but we were on this syndicate NPR station once, the one year at Anthrocon. I remember.
I enjoyed it.
It was an enjoyable interview. But this interview is called "Documentary Dives into Complexities of Furry Culture," and they interview the director, and it might be worth checking out. We will have links to that after the show. In the meantime, why don't we actually queue up normal news here? News, music, and all that. You could do the Verge's review of Coy Wolves. Or let's see, what else? What else do we have? I have something I would like to talk about, but it's definitely something I'm going to have to read because I know you probably wouldn't be interested in it. So maybe you can pick something. Let me see.
I have 2 articles on masturbation, and I feel like I need to read both of them just because... we haven't been sexual enough tonight, and we don't have Monar.
That's true. All right, well,
and I feel like these are hysterical, and
it's kind of funny because we just were like, we're not a sex podcast, and I feel like a lot of our news has to do with sex stuff tonight because, wow. All right, I'm gonna read some kind of.
I feel like in that aspect we need to be like we're like devoting to like the culture of what they expect of us, so we need to dive down into the depths of furry hell and and just hell in general. Of these are media outlets outside of the fandom that aren't even really reflecting the fandom.
You ready?
I'm ready.
Oh, the news segment feels good. I feel like we're just starting FurCast, and that's making me really tired.
Oh,
survey results are in. What?
Oh, are you starting?
Yeah, I'm starting.
Oh.
I'm starting for once. We're gonna change this shit up.
Wow.
We're gonna do an unusual show tonight. I am starting news.
I had Florida Man all hit here ready, staring back at me, and you're.
All right. Well, just some more formal stuff first. So, there is a huge survey about zoophilia and zoosexuality that was put out on Tumblr for both zoophiles and non-zoophiles to take, I believe. And they just posted the results, and there's a lot of fascinating information. And like, how would you describe it? Would you describe it as a fantasy, a fetish? What terms you prefer when referring to yourself? There's a bunch of them in here. What describes your orientation with humans? And it was interesting how there was a whole section that was completely asexual towards humans. And then just some of the big differences here. Let me try to see if I can find one that was really fascinating to me. It was interesting how many zoophiles it was just a complete fantasy to them. And others, where like they considered it this is one, are you zoo exclusive? And 77.3% said no, and 16.2 said yes. And 16 is actually a pretty large amount, so that was surprising. But anyway, if you're interested in that, or that's something you care about, it was just some really interesting data. So we're gonna have that linked after the show. And then while we're on the topic of zoo stuff, I have an article that really kind of pissed me off this week. It's by news.com.au from Australia, and it says Dolphinarium slammed for showing video of keeper quote-unquote performing sex act on a dolphin. And it's literally a video, just a random like security camera video of this guy, like one of the workers at the Dolphinarium, and this dolphin just very clearly just swims up and is like, cool, hey, and then the guy like basically masturbates a dolphin, and then that's it. And people flip their shit over this. Okay, so first of all, does anybody know how you actually have to take care of these animals? Because it's actually like part of their process, especially considering they have a breeding program going on at the place. So for people to get enraged over that, it's kind of stupid. Second, the dolphin was pretty clearly not only interested, but also used to it, which kind of leads you to believe that it's part of the training. So I think it's kind of ridiculous that people just got completely up in arms for both the venue as well as this person claiming that they were like completely going out of bounds with their job, even though it's part of the guy's job. So that was just a little dumb. That one of those things where people react to something that's just not what it is. But either way, they have all the information on it, and they actually talk about the breeding program and like what goes into that and stuff like that on the news.com.au post. And they talk about the specialized team that actually deals with that stuff. Really, really fascinating stuff. And of course, then they bring up the whole SeaWorld thing in the US for anybody who knows about the really controversial documentary. What was that called? Blackfish about SeaWorld. They bring that up as well.
SeaWorld's actually discontinuing all breeding programs with killer whales, and they stopped all shows with them, so they're not doing any performing shows, but you can still go and see the killer whales that are still in captivity, because you can't actually return them back to the wild because they would die.
Yeah, that's a whole nother topic that I've never gone into extensive detail with, but I know there's a ton of stuff out there about that whole...
I never watched Blackfish, to be honest.
I didn't, and to be honest, I just don't want to. I know it's probably, like... A lot of good documentaries are biased because you have to be. Like, the documentary Gaslands was biased. The documentaries on Wikipedia or WikiLeaks are biased, but it's like, that's part of what makes them good. But at the same time, I just don't... First of all, I feel like there's just enough people involved in that situation that I just don't value learning about it, which is terrible. That's so terrible. I apologize. It's terrible to say, and that's probably a really disrespectful thing for me to say, actually. So, yeah. But I have not watched it. Anyway, coughing. You have another article that you want to move on to? You had a Florida man thing?
So there's a new one that came up. I don't know. I got a few good ones. We'll start with something presidential. Hate this man. Don't worry, Ted Cruz won't ban dildos if he's president.
You know, I actually worried about that. I lied in bed at night and I go, if Ted Cruz becomes president, they'll take away my dildo. Even though I don't own any. Seriously, I don't own any.
It's so surprising.
What's specifically surprising?
That you don't have bad dragon dicks like lying around just as like lamps.
Well, I thought about having them. Yeah, as like
decorative.
You know what I've always really wanted? I've always wanted to like take a soda fountain machine, because I thought about getting a soda fountain machine because I unfortunately drink a lot of soda, and which I know is really unhealthy. But I thought about buying like one of the industrial ones, because you can get them on eBay for pretty cheap, and just buy the syrups and stuff. And I thought about for one of the nozzles, if it was just a giant horse cock, and you just poured drinks in the horse cock. That'd be.
We have bottle knots, and
and they're making a horsecock next.
No, they're making a dragon next, and then they're making
a horsecock.
Yep.
Yeah,
so right. we didn't even talk about that. But bottle knots for spout pourers for alcoholic beverages. They are making 2 new varieties of pourers. Currently, they have the canine one right now that they've been selling for a while. Bottle knots. Look them up on Twitter if you have a curiosity about that. Absolutely fantastic. But we saw them at MCFC, and we were discussing with them before we had our little incident. But Sorry, I just saw that picture.
Yeah.
They are making 2 new types of bottle knots to go on the end of your spouts. One being the dragon next, and then the horse.
There you go.
As requested. But back to Ted Cruz as our presidential.
You're not a real furry unless you. Now, this is going to piss a lot of people off, but you're not a real furry until you get drunk on alcohol at a con by drinking it through a cum tube of a horse cock.
Well, I'm obviously not a real furry then.
Yeah, obviously not. I'm not a real furry either because I've actually never done that and I don't drink.
No, I feel like you're making it too specific because you are being incredibly biased to equine furries, and I feel like there are a lot more other varieties of drinks that can be shot through dildos.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
What, are you going to drink alcohol through a cat dick?
No, but a knot. You need a knot. You can't.
Well, yeah, but that's like all the way at the bottom. It's like you got to get your whole mouth around.
No,
that.
you're not going all the way to the knot. You don't go down.
Like deep throat.
You're not deep throating a horse dick.
You're not even going to
take a
taste the
shot.
alcohol. But you're not. You're just like
that's just going straight into your stomach. Then
no, you're just like I don't know, just drinking it off the head. But the knot. You're talking about the knot specifically. You can't.
As a visual cortex.
So what are you gonna like squeeze the knot and then it's gonna like that's not really how it works.
Stop. All of this. Done with you. Can you just... All I can picture right now is like if we own a house, like above a fire mantelpiece, there'll just be a horse dick like on like... You know like when you kill an animal and there's like the pedestal of like how you would have like display it? Just a horse dick just sitting on a pedestal.
No, I'd piss you off. That wouldn't piss you off because you'd think that was funny and stupid. It would have to be some kind of mural of like a tar.
That would piss me off. There's no tar murals.
When we buy the house.
No, there's no tar murals above the fireplace. This is not happening.
You know what I've always wanted to do ever since I was a really young furry, though?
No,
you'll actually like this. Ever since I was, when I first got into the fandom, because I knew I was probably going to end up living with furries, I've always wanted above like a fireplace to have a like portrait of like the whole family together, quote unquote, but all furry. So it's like our furry family like above.
That would be great. I would enjoy that. That's okay.
That'd be nice.
Tours with jeans though bother me a lot.
Yeah, tours don't wear pants. Stop this nonsense. Tours don't need pants. They're better than that.
This works so well with the content that I pulled up randomly like I do every show because I have 2 articles of masturbation and then this one about Ted Cruz and dildos. And it was that Ted Cruz is a fierce opponent of masturbation.
Fierce advocate of masturbation.
Well, that's what the Twitter was. I retweeted it.
I know. But that's just funny.
Fierce opponent of masturbation, which that makes no sense because...
That's so weird. Like, why is that even an opinion that he has?
I don't know if the tweet.
Why does a president need to have an opinion on that?
I don't know. What? Not our president. Please, God, not our president.
Let's hope.
The controversy stemmed from the fact that when Cruz was a Solicitor General of Texas in 2007, he defended a state law that criminalized the sale of sex toys.
What the fuck? Why?
What are you in prison for? I bought a dick. It was fake.
Your life. This would happen to you. Your wife would be like, oh, come on, honey. I know you're not into it, but just get one for me as a gift or something. Like, I'd really love it. You go to the store, you buy one. You're like, hey, it's not for me, but it's for my wife.
Handcuffs, arrested,
you
jailed.
You fucking in jail. You don't even give a shit. You're not even interested in it. You're in jail for a horse dick.
As part of this legal document case by Cruz, his office wrote in a brief that people don't have the legal right to masturbate.
Okay.
Texas.
All right.
This is where our school books come from. I can't imagine getting a health book from Texas. God. I kind of want to get a health book from Texas now.
I kind of don't. I don't want to give them money.
I want to see how they explain everything. But the legality of touching yourself.
You want to see...
how do you pee? Like, is it like... Is it okay if you touch it, or do you like?
See, I really when I just
do
think
Republicans just like hands up?
I'm really not interested in Pearson's perspective on masturbation.
Do Republicans when they go to like the urinal or something, they can't touch anything, so they can just unzip and then they have to like, and then hands up, like have you like the police like just hands up, don't look, and then like, but how do you get it back in? Do you have to like?
I don't know.
Like,
you
pull
kinda,
pants and then
like if you're lucky, you can piss without touching anything, but sometimes that just doesn't work out. Like if you're not,
I've never asked a Republican how they piss. Like I never thought this was a debate.
We should definitely ask that. We should interview a Republican and ask them how they piss.
Is it hands up? Hands up, don't shoot. We can't masturbate, so hands up, don't shoot means a whole different level. Wow, this explains so much now.
Wow.
Like there was the whole hands up, don't shoot thing that like, and Republicans like, oh, these people are protesting for the wrong reasons. That's why they didn't understand. There was a disconnect. Some serious problems with communication in this country.
I know. Oh yeah.
Anyhow, back to this terrible email.
You mean article?
Article, yes, article. Sorry. Don't have the real lawyer to masturbate. Mother Jones reported on Friday his office lost, by the way. Read more about the case here. And there's actually descriptive links here to that. There is no substantive due process right to stimulate one's genitals for non-medical purposes unrelated to procreation or outside of the interpersonal relationship, the briefing said.
I don't have anything to say.
That is such a technical way of saying you can't touch your penis or vagina because law?
You can't.
How do you regulate that law though?
But like,
do police
these are the people who are like so obsessed with the fucking Constitution. Oh my God, everything has to be constitutional, and then it's like that's clearly not constitutional.
I want to know who. Okay, can I take the job of regulating this? Because if this is a law,
you would be so good at this.
I was meant for this.
You would be the anti-med.
Knock knock. Hello. I heard some noises in here.
I just wanted to hang out with you guys. You guys sound like you're having fun.
What you doing in here? What you doing over there?
You wouldn't even have to arrest anybody because nobody would even masturbate anymore.
How do you? Like that's even worse. That's even stranger. Okay, so there's a law now that you can't masturbate. You then have to monitor people inside their homes to stop them from masturbating.
Well,
and then when they do masturbate, you have to arrest them? What if they're naked? Or in the shower?
Well, that happens. People get arrested naked all the time. They just force you to put on clothes that they cover you.
But you're in your own house.
Right.
And
I don't know.
There's a lot of problems with this.
I know.
Like, there's just...
That's why it is not a law and didn't get passed.
Okay, anyhow. However, as Snopes points out, it was Cruz's job at the time to argue the state's position on the matter. So the brief was put in his office, but doesn't necessarily reflect his personal beliefs. And the statement about people having the right to masturbate was actually referencing to a 1985 rule in which the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals made a similar statement. Even so, recent coverage of the 2007 case was starting to give Cruz a renewed rep for being down on self-love. Even his old roommate weighed in, and this is what I fucking loved and retweeted, and the replies to this are absolutely fucking gold.
Oh yeah.
Like, absolutely beautiful, and if you could pull up this article, I wish you could at the moment. I don't even have it linked, because like if you can go open up this tweet, it was Ted Cruz thinks people don't have the right to stimulate their genitals. I was his college roommate. This would be a very new belief to him.
Oh my God. Terrible.
The comments on that are
open it.
Every single one.
Open the tweet thread. I'm curious about that. No, don't open that. Open. Click the date and the time at the bottom of the tweet. Nope. The date and yeah, there you go. Open that in a new tab. That'll open the tweet thread, and then from there you should be able to see the replies.
So it has 53,000 retweets, 67,000 likes now.
67,000 likes.
I retweeted this because I was laughing when
I need to
first saw
retweet
it.
this right now.
But this is the most disturbing image that I could ever be conjured in my head. I have lost something today that I didn't know I could give. And this just goes on and on. Today I have taketh, and taketh some more. I want to go lie down with something cool against my forehead, but then I'd be alone with all of these ... thoughts. Like every comment to this is just fucking priceless.
That's amazing.
And I when I first saw this, I was just dying. I could not handle. And it just goes like the Jim Carrey scene where he's in the bathroom after Me, Myself, and Irene, and he pulls out the dildo.
Yeah.
Like he's showering, trying to like get everything off of him. Oh my god. That image makes me want to burn all my vibrators in a pit of holy fire. Don't push yourself, just diddle for justice. And it just... Oh.
All right, so I have a quick article, and it has some visuals, so I'm just getting that ready.
Let me finish then. There's a little bit more. But to clear up his position on pleasure devices on Friday when he told WABC radio host Curtis Swillia that he will not enact any anti-sex toy legislation. I can't talk tonight. Oh my god. If he makes it into the White House, so we don't have to worry that he won't ban sex toys.
And there we go. Meanwhile, my camera overheated, so it's off, but I'm going to use that camera. The Verge posted an article called "The Verge Review of Animals, the Coy Wolf. Bow to the newest predator we helped create," it says as the sub-headline.
This image.
It's so great. So I'm going to show this in the video feed in a second, but I caught this this past week, and I thought it was pretty funny. Okay, so I'm probably about to piss off a bunch of scientists by using that name, Coy Wolf, but it's so catchy I'm going to keep using it. After all, the coolest breeds of coyotes deserve a cool name. Coy wolves. It's a hybrid animal that the result of mating between coyotes, wolves, and dogs has been colonizing the eastern U.S. pretty much undisturbed. Maybe that should be dubbed Coyote Wolf Dog or Coy Wolf Dog or Coy Wolf Dog or... Yeah, anyway. But for obvious reasons, none of those weird names have stuck around. Also called Canis latransvar. Okay. The coy wolf is the newest top predator to the East Coast, ranging from Florida to Maine and up to Canada. Seriously, if you live in Boston or Washington, D.C., expect to run into them in a park or in a cemetery at some point in your life. In New York City, they've been spotted in downtown Manhattan, as well as on the roof of a bar in Long Island. Just because the raccoon evasion wasn't enough, apparently. Coy wolves do look slightly different than regular western coyotes, and I have an image on the video feed now. They have longer legs and longer body, smaller ears, a bushier tail, longer jaw, and a wider skull. They weigh between 35 and 45 pounds, and they usually live in families of 3 to 5, if food is abundant. Their genetic makeup is roughly 65% coyote, 25% wolf, and 10% dog, making them a little wilder than a poodle, but less scary than an actual wolf. Coy wolves do take down deer just like a wolf, though. They just don't limit their diet to rabbits and small rodents. We helped create them, of course. In the 1800s and early 1900s, we discriminated wolves because they killed livestock. Bet your ass right we killed livestock. We also cut down huge amounts in the trees in the northeast US for lumber and to make space for pastures and crops. As you can imagine, all of this limited wolves' mating options. Desperate for sex, wolves began mating with foxes in the furry fandom. No, I'm kidding. Wolves began mating with eastward expanding coyotes. The first coy wolf was detected around 1919 in Ontario, Canada. Half a century later, dog DNA was mixed in, giving rise to the new animal hybrid that is so common today. There's no real estimate of how many coy wolves lurk in Americans' backyards at night, but their numbers are in the millions, says Ronald Kays of the North Carolina State University. And there's another picture from The Verge that's really funny, so I'm going to show that in the video feed. Coy wolves are basically living reminders that evolution happens all the time, and evolutions adapt to deal with the biggest destroyer of all, Humans. They're an example of nature adapting to very rapidly to the changes that have made it in the planet. Kane tells The Verge. It shows how evolution can help animals live in the modern world. I mean, how cool is that? We finally found an animal that is not about to be wiped out because of how badly we screwed up. Actually, that animal was created because we screwed up. Though coy wolves have been around for a century, they're increasingly making headlines. Now, more because of them are moving into urban areas where more of us live and have easy access to social media to document such encounters. And then they have some tweets from people talking about them. Don't worry, coy wolves aren't that dangerous. They probably will shy away if they see you. Nonetheless, it's good to keep in mind that they're top predators, and coy wolves are known for having attacked people before. In western US, coyotes are also feared for snatching pets, including chihuahuas in California, linked to a news article about that. Scientists remain divided over whether the coy wolf has evolved into distinct species. Some say yes, some say no, with scientists disagreeing about what exactly is a species. Is it a population? Does that mate with outsiders? But if that's your definition, what do you make of dogs and wolves that keep mating with coyotes? I mean, that happened. The coolest thing about the coy wolf has taught us is the importance of hybridization and evolution. After all, humans are the product of interbreeding between Homo sapiens, Neanderthals, and Desovians. Just like humans, coy wolves are successfully sticking around. So yeah, that was that.
Want to read this title? You just want to look at this title real quick?
I saw the title of the article.
What do you think of this title?
I think it's
only in Florida.
Only in Florida. I got a funny one too after you're done.
So, we haven't done a Florida man in a while. And I got a good one relevant to the show tonight. And that is Florida man.
Oh, and by the way, real quick, to all the UK furs who are staying up late, I got a news article that applies to you guys. So, you might want to stay up for another article.
Florida man says to cops, masturbating makes me feel like destroying stuff.
I
think you're doing it wrong.
I mean, wow. I mean, when I'm done masturbating, I usually think about sleeping or getting food. Never really destroying things.
This is not a concept that I've ever really come across. Never really
I just imagine
heard.
Like the more horny you get, like it's like a Hulk type thing. Like you just you grope the guy and he just gropes him and he goes, oh, it feels good. I need to kill someone. Like he just gets more and more.
Starts smashing things.
Like he just walks.
Is he
down,
smashing this with
He
his
just
dick,
walks
or
down
is
the
it
street masturbating with a gun.
Just smashing. No, it's gotta be a sledgehammer because he wants destroying things.
Yeah. How does this work?
He looks like someone that would destroy things.
Way to be judgmental, Pharaoh. Oh God. Okay, never mind.
Yeah. Anyhow, kind of looks like the alternate version of the Hulk, like when he's in human form. Anyhow, the article starts off with, well, when you put it that way.
Okay.
A Florida man has been accused of vandalizing a home in Largo. Allegedly.
Where's the bell? Hold on, wait. I got the bell. I got it. Wait. There we go.
Told police he was masturbating to loud music.
Wait. Not masturbating with loud music playing. Not like I didn't want anyone else to hear me, so I blasted loud music. Literally masturbating to the loud music.
That's what it says. Masturbating to loud music. When suddenly he felt, quote unquote, like really going out and destroying stuff.
That's so non-descriptive. What does that mean?
Did he finish? Or did he just start and was just like, yeah, I'm pumped now. Gotta destroy some shit. Like that's his trigger, like hulking.
I mean,
like a whole new level of edging.
I am thinking of all the furries who are into like macro stuff, because there are furries who are into like destroying shit when they're macro. Like I know, like Cordovas or whatever it is on FA, like always has animations of like these like giant macro furries that like, you know, smash people and like there's blood everywhere and everything, and the people are into that. So I guess maybe people get horny and feel like destroying stuff. Maybe this guy's just a macro furry. This guy's just
the 40-foot man.
Do you know there's actually a group of macro furries that are against destroying things?
Done with you.
They're called peaceful macros, I believe. I think is the group, and they're
God
macros
damn it,
that
just
that
stop.
talk about walking carefully through city streets to not smush cars and destroy buildings, and that they actually have a whole separate macro society so that they don't hurt anyone and they can live amongst themselves so that they're peaceful. Yep, I just thought you might want to know that.
You know, this is not a new thing, right? It's not
I know.
furry related.
I know.
There's the legend of the 40-foot woman and like all the like the old sci-fi films of like someone being transformed into a gigantic.
Oh yeah,
human being.
macro's been a thing forever, but I'm just saying like specifically these are peaceful macro furries. Yep. Just like you might want to know that. Well, I mean, there's macro furries that aren't like necessarily obsessed with being peaceful, but they just happen to not destroy stuff. Like, you know, they live in a society where macros regularly exist or something, so, you know, it's not an issue or something. Like, there's all kinds of different macro stories to read, but, you know. Yep. Yep. I just thought you might want to know that.
I did not. But thank you for sharing. I've learned something new today. Not something that I ever really wanted to learn, but it's there now. It's knowledge. It can't be unlearned. So,
moving on.
The Largo Police Department got a call Friday about a man smashing mailboxes. Responding officers arrived at the home and found a man later identified as William Timothy Anderson Thomas.
What?
Man identified as William Timothy Anderson Thomas.
That sounds like a law firm. William Timothy Anderson Thomas. That sounds like a law firm.
Well, this is this man's name.
This guy's just...
Why? Why 4 names? Florida.
Hey. Yeah, I feel like if that was my name, I feel like I'd probably get angry when masturbating too.
So his name is Will Tim Anderson Tom.
Sounds like a law firm. I can't get that out of my head now. I feel like I'm going to go into like a giant office building and the top of the building will say this guy's name. Like that's...
It's Will Tim Anderson. So almost like and Tom. Will Tim Anderson Tom. The officers... Sorry. Will Tim Anderson Tom was shirtless and covered in dirt.
Oh.
After masturbating and wanting to destroy things.
Okay.
The officers also noticed a flattened trailer tire, a broken window, a real estate sign, a guardian angel, all were demolished.
This guy had some fun, man. This guy.
Wow, your definition of fun and my definition of fun are
this guy
way
I'm not saying it's my fun. I'm saying this guy. I'm just saying this guy.
Okay,
had some fun.
Officer Thomas admitted causing all of the destruction. They claimed he told them he had listened to too much music and masturbated way too much and felt like going out and destroying stuff. I don't know how
drugs involved. There's drugs involved.
I don't know how any of those 3 things correlate at all. I masturbated too much. I listened to too much music. I really needed to go out destroying stuff.
Okay. Yep.
You listen to a lot of music.
Yeah.
Do you
I also masturbate, but I don't feel like destroying stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't. Even when doing it at the
just
same
want to make
time.
sure that you're not getting triggered.
No,
and, like,
I'm not getting triggered. No.
One day, you're just outside, like smashing cars or something.
You come over, there's just dents all over my car. And like, I just imagine, like, you pull into my driveway, my car in the driveway, there's just dents all over it. You walk into the studio and go, Paradox, what happened to your car? And I go, oh, I was horny.
Are you a dragon now?
I did not see that coming. I should have seen that one coming, and I didn't. I get it coming.
Oh, stop. Okay. Oh, we get into more details. Police did note what the music was that he was listening to before the incident. Oh, sorry. They suspect that, in correlation, it was because of Guns N' Roses' Appetite for Destruction.
I mean, okay.
The 25-year-old self-pleasurer was taken to the Pinus County Jail. He was charged with burglary, criminal mischief, and remains behind bars for a $7,000 bond.
Wow. Man, that's what happens when you masturbate. This is what happens when you masturbate. We clearly need Ted Cruz to make this illegal. By the way, the clock behind Pharaoh is programmed to go dim after 11:45. So I'm going to go ahead and make that nice and bright again. Oh yeah, there we go. And by the way, yes, we are doing kind of an extended show tonight, guys. We have not been on the air in 3-4 weeks, so we kind of just want to do a bit of an extended show. So I have an article next, and this one is it's from The Independent, a journal from the UK, and I'm just gonna read the headline of this, and let me just switch out the music to this. UK government's concerned. Too many people could be. They're concerned that too many people could be trying anal sex. This is a real document. Yep. This is, Government is concerned that increasing numbers of young people are trying anal sex, according to an official consultation. Officials at the Department of Culture, Media, and Sport are baffled at the increase in popularity of the act, despite apparent research suggesting it is non-pleasurable for women. Really?
Oh my god, I have a great article for you next.
Oh, you do? Okay, we'll read that one. The warning is included in a consultation document issued by the department. I'm just muting the mic while Pharaoh coughs over there. Issued by the department about how it plans to further restrict access to online pornography. It argues that young people are trying anal sex as a result of having viewed pornography and that this is unwelcome development. Quote, many people were worried that young people will come to expect their real-life sexual experiences to mirror their peers see in pornography, which often features ambiguous depictions of consent, submissive female stereotypes, and unrealistic scenarios, the consultation reads. There is also a question about the effect of pornography on unwanted sex. For instance, more young people are engaging in anal intercourse than ever before, despite research which suggests that it is not often seen as a pleasurable activity for young women. While the increase in anal sex cannot be attributed directly to pornographic consumption, it does feature large percent. Okay, so they're just going to go on and on and on about how, oh my god, porn is ruining sex and everything like that. The government's negative view of anal sex recalls opposition to the practice by Margaret Thatcher. Oh, Margaret Thatcher.
Oh man, she gets my Jimmy's in a bunch.
Who in 1986 watered down an anti-AIDS campaign so as to not acknowledge the act's existence. According to the cabinet minutes released after New Year's, Mrs. Thatcher sent a memo asking for a section on risky sex to be scrubbed from the campaign because, quote, it could do immense harm to if young teenagers were to read it, end quote. When the newspaper advert warnings of dangers of AIDS went ahead, she said, quote, I remained certain parts of this advertisement adverts where every young person will read and learn of practices they never knew about will do harm. Homosexual anal sex was criminalized under law as buggery in England and Wales until 1967.
Quit that buggery!
So there you go.
It's not anal,
sex.
it's buggery.
Yeah. So anyway, you have
You're
an article.
buggering the anus. Buggering the anus.
So you had an article?
It's not about buggering the anus.
I had a really fast one.
Please.
Really fast one. Man who allegedly hijacked bus to stop. So some guy, I'm not even gonna read the article, but it was just really funny. Some guy hijacked a bus in Toronto with a knife and forced the driver at knife point to take him to a Tim Hortons, which for those of you who don't know what Tim Hortons is, it's basically like a Dunkin' Donuts. And
why not walk? There's like one on every corner.
The other thing is there's so much public. I was just in Toronto. First of all, there are so many Tim Hortons in Toronto, but also the public transport goes fucking everywhere. There's so many streetcars. And the Spadina line goes so, like, why do you need to? Okay, I don't know. Anyway, you had another article. So, yeah.
Remember how we talked about sex demons?
Yes, I remember that.
Remember how we thought that the route to Satan was through the anus?
Yes.
Yeah, I remember this discussion.
This was way back, episode 85.
Well, there's been updates.
Really?
Yes.
This is a developing story.
Developing.
So
there's more to add. There's an amendum? Appendum? How do you add on to a current topic?
I don't know.
An addendum? I can't even talk right now tonight. Regardless of that.
Yeah.
So, to break our news into a topic that we've once discussed before about.
Yeah.
Sex demons. Do you want to, I think I need
Well, this is the breaking news. Breaking news right here. Breaking news on FurCast. What?
I think I need a pitch for this one.
Oh, I see what you were trying to get me to do. Okay,
yeah, I see. You see what I was trying to get you to do, but
yeah,
I have to ask for it.
Yes, you did.
I know.
All right, go ahead. Here we go.
Oh, okay. Nope, not there yet.
But there we go. Wait, I don't know. I feel like this is not there yet. There's a little bit more of a touch. Is that it? You think that's it? No, I don't think so. I need a little bit more. I think there's a little bit. There you go. Now we're at it. This is it. We're back. Christian author Mac Major says that, quote, female masturbation is the direct path to Satan.
Really?
Direct path.
Direct. Just direct.
You're knocking on Satan's door when you fiddle that little.
Don't. Stop, don't. All right. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
We warned you about the anal sex. How will spawn forth from the anus. Well, women, you don't have to worry. Because we're lurking in other places for you. The Christian author is warning women that female masturbation is the direct path to us, Satan. That major of Eden decoded. That's too deep for me, but that was Satan actually just stepped in, possessed me for a second. Eden Decoded wrote on Facebook that too many Christian women are losing their salvation because they masturbate for Satan. Who's that knocking? That's Satan's. Come at you. Ooh. I'm trying to think of how Satan described it. He said DJing, but, you know, like wicka wicka.
Satan described it as DJing, but more like wooka wooka.
What the fuck? DJing for Satan.
But it's like DJing the clitoris?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Well, everything in between, too.
I'm concerned for you.
Don't be concerned for Satan. Give me it back. I need it back.
There we go. Dildos and all those other sex toys have been used for thousands of years in demonic sex rituals.
I'm sure that's what the Indians called it.
He wrote, "It's one of the many ways ancient pagan society worshipped their demonic gods."
And also Christmas and everything else that pagans brought that we still celebrate today. My family members are pagan.
But pagans worship the dick gods of phallic dildos, of Satan's calling card. I don't know. If it's true, if you have not done this before, you know how you can put a conch shell against your ear and hear the ocean?
Yes.
Well, if you stick a dildo in your ear, you can hear Satan's breath. So if you have not tried that, kids, remember, stick a dildo in your ear, you'll hear Satan. Major added, "There is nothing normal about it, and shame on any Christian that says so." The Facebook post linked to a blog entry on the topic of Eden Decoded website, which warned that Satan uses sex to empower demonic entities. He wrote, "Many of you who are reading this have sex toys in your possession right now. And whether you want to accept it as fact or not, those sex toys are an open portal between the demonic realm and your own life. As long as you have those sex toys in your home, you have a doorway that can allow demons to not only access your life at will, but also torment you and hinder the certain destruction parts of your life as it relates to sex and your relationships." The post was an excerpt from Major's book, Diva, Goddess, Queen, Breaking the Power of the Soul Ties, Lust and Sexual Demons.
We need to buy this book right now.
We do.
Can you search that on Amazon, please?
I am working with chat admins to deal with an issue in the chat room. I have just informed the network staff, so hopefully we'll get that resolved.
Can someone please look that up on Amazon for me, please? I just really want to know. It's called Diva, Goddess, Queen, Breaking the Power of the Soul Ties, Lust and Sexual Demons. Because if this is not a book that is in our studio, it needs to be.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm really busy dealing with this.
Okay, well, back to me, and back to this voice.
Okay. Sex in general and masturbation in particular were popular topics on the Eden Decoded website, among other posts. And except for the book From Hedonism Destroying Demonic Sexual Strongholds warns. Can I just repeat that one last time for you? Hedonism Destroying Demonic Sexual Strongholds. And I quote from this book, which we may also need, "There are such things as sex demons."
I really want to meet these sex demons. They sound pretty amazing.
We've talked about them before.
We have talked about them before.
I didn't know there was a whole book written about them.
We should buy some dildos so we can listen to Satan.
I can bring some over if you want to listen to Satan some more.
Yeah, we should do that.
Okay.
I like that, yeah.
I just really feel like I haven't really...
If it's a horse cock, is it louder?
I don't know. I mean, I haven't tested this. I've never really stuck dildos to my ear, but I feel like...
I haven't either.
If Satan can talk to you, I mean, I guess he uses very strange means, and I mean... I guess that makes sense. I mean, if your anus is a portal to the netherrealm of hell, the dildos are the cell phones because they open the portal.
Dildos are the cell phones. I'm friends with you.
Yep.
Back again. There are such things as sex demons. And the danger in masturbating is that one could inadvertently summon a sex demon to attach itself to you through the act of masturbation. I've never reached one yet. Have you contacted your sex demon yet?
No, I have not.
Well, apparently, anytime you masturbate, you
can inadvertently summon the sex demons.
There you go. Sorry, I'm really distracted. There's an issue going on, and I'm trying to deal with the administration right now. It's an issue in chat. I'd rather not talk about it.
Oh, okay. Well, I really wish we'd.
Not that I'd rather not talk about it because like it's upsetting to me or anything. Just I'd rather not talk about it because it doesn't deserve to be a part of the show. So.
Okay. Yeah. I feel like you should then focus more on the show at the moment, and then we'll take care of this.
Well,
in about 5
I
minutes.
will as soon as I get a hold of one of the admins.
Okay. Well, anyhow, back to this. I'm ready.
inadvertently summon a sex demon to attach yourself through the act of masturbation. And once that demon attaches, it is difficult to get it to leave. It will constantly jerk you. It doesn't say that, but that's what I would imagine. Like a leech on your penis. That's how a demon works.
Yeah.
Leech is your dick. Or your clit. Well, I mean, we're not gonna go there. We could go there. Anyhow, back to once that demon attaches, it's difficult to get it to leave. It'll drive you to masturbate, even when you don't want to. Do you hear me?
I'm really busy.
Okay.
Trying to deal with this. Yeah, sorry.
Well,
sorry, I don't mean to.
Hold off for 1 moment.
I kind of can't.
Demon of, Can it really not wait 5 minutes?
Yeah, it can't.
Why? Anyhow, I'll get back to the article.
Really good idea to ask why, Pharaoh.
Why?
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 But yeah.
Okay, so you can go click that little button there, and you shall continue the article here for since
Which button?
Oh yeah.
Do you really need the demon?
Yes, I do.
There you go.
Thank you. It will drive you to masturbate even when you don't want to. You'll be hit with urges to play with yourself so powerful that only an orgasm will allow you some temporary relief. Major also wrote that the sex demon may attract unclean spirits, which will also attach to your life. There is no scientific evidence of these demons attaching themselves to people because it is hard to get them to notice. Who masturbates to these demons? On the contrary, medical experts believe masturbation is healthy. If not important to both men and women. Dr. Lauren Stretchner, an associate professor of obstetrics and gynecology at Northwest University and the author of Sex RX, Hormones, Health, and Your Best Sex Ever, spoke to Huffington Post last year on the benefits of masturbation for women, which include pain relief, better sleep, and stress relief.
By the way, if anybody wants to get into the FurCast chat room, you're going to have to wait. It's invite only at the moment. Sorry.
However, many religions have a complicated history about sex and masturbation with no exception in that fact. BeliefNet even features a summary of the teachings on touchings for major religions, which you can read here. The teaching on touching. I really wish they would have teach that.
What? Oh, Jesus.
I really wish they would have taught the Catholic priests these things. Would have saved them so many hassles.
So there you go. And the issue in the chat room is solved for now.
Wonderful.
So we're all good. Oh, man.
So
I am tired. It has been a long show.
I really need these 2 books.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to research more about this. I didn't realize there was such extensive research on sex demons.
On sex demons, specifically.
Diva, goddess, queen, breaking the power of soul ties and the lust of sexual demons. And hedonism, destroying demonic sexual strongholds, which sounds like a kinky sex position, to be honest.
Sounds like a movie plot.
Or like a hentai.
Yeah. All right, what do you think? Are you
Hedonism destroying the demon's sexual strongholds as we penetrate their doors.
Okay.
And stream down their halls.
I love how you're an asexual person and you're just so into this.
Got a problem with that?
No. I don't have any issue with it at all. What are you thinking about kind of ending the show here?
I'm good because my throat is probably destroyed right now.
Yeah. So overall, I just wanted to say thank you to all of you guys for tuning in. Thank you to, first of all, you guys for staying up so late. Right now it's 400 UTC, which is ridiculous. That means it's 6 a.m. in Germany right now, and I know there are people in Germany who are tuned in. Shout out to Shisha. And it's just absolutely crazy right now. I just want to say thank you to everybody who supported us. All of you guys who came up to us at the con and asked if we were okay, if we were still doing a show. People, I mean, the amount of emails that we got and everything, people wanting to know if we were okay, people on Twitter wanting to know. That really just meant a lot. It really did. And we are here. We're doing this extended crazy show. It really sucks that it was only Pharaoh and I, but CJ will be back next week. And man, it's just, we're so happy to do this show. I'm so happy to put the amount of money and effort into it that I do, because it's just, there's these little moments where no matter how emotionally divided I am about it, it just completely pays off. And almost every time it's always, it's you guys that really makes that happen. So thank you to you guys for that. Thanks to all of our donators, everybody on Patreon, everybody on Twitter. I love interacting with you guys on Twitter and everything like that. And yeah, so
I can't wait to go home and talk to Satan.
Is that what you're going to do?
Is it called collect?
So you know that means it's time to end the podcast part of the show. Ridiculous.
I still love Glacier. Okay, I'm a female. I don't know what to say about this. Well, all of your toys are direct links to Satan. So when you dial in... I'm done. I can't anymore.
So, we are, wow. What a freaking show, man. I mean, this show is so packed with stuff. Man, I don't even know what to say. Well, I guess this is it. This is episode 231. Thank you guys for tuning in. And I don't even know what we're going to do for the post show. If we're going to do much of one. Maybe we'll see.
God, I've never encountered a demonic sex ritual, and I never really encountered a...
I haven't either. You're still stuck on this.
Well, they're saying, like, you roll the dice, and then, like, sexual demons come out of your dick or something like that. Because every time you masturbate, you summon a sex... You have the ability to summon a sex demon. I feel like they just don't like me.
Wow. I feel like I'm out of practice.
Obviously, you're doing it wrong.
I've only masturbated a few thousand times in my life, and I've never summoned demons. So, You know,
only a few thousand. Like, I feel like you could do a better calculation of that.
Oh. Many years, over, almost a decade.
So if we do the calculation base here.
Jesus fucking Christ!
So if we take about
at least 3,000,
365
at least 3,000
times
days or times.
So, are we gonna go 10 years?
Well, 365 times 10.
Well, we're just gonna say 10 years. How long ago was 10 years ago?
Well, yeah, but I don't masturbate every day.
Well, okay. So like, we'll counter that into the admin of the calculus.
I'm
here.
just saying roughly once a day for 10 years.
So how old are you now?
It would be 3,650.
How old are you now?
22, and I'm turning 23 on Monday.
Okay, so you're saying 10 years, so like 12, 13 you started.
Yep.
Okay. So we'll do 10 years. Okay. And then we have a 3,650 times, and then there have been days that I would assume that if we're going to do the calculation base.
You're welcome thanks for tuning in to FurCast, guys.
Just once per day. I mean, has there been days that have gone twice or three times? I mean, would that be half the calculation? So if we take a derivative of the 3,650, so we'll be conservative. We'll take the half. So we'll divide that by 2. So we got 2. So we got 1825. We'll say that there was a few days that you're feeling extra spunky. So we're gonna take that 3,650. We're gonna take that 1825. We're gonna say, wow, you had a really good productive day that day. You did 3, so you got 5,474. We add that to the 365,000 here, and then we're averaging about 91,000 times that you've masturbated or ejaculated those little guys that have flown through the coop.
Okay.
So if we now take that statistic wise, so then if we reverse this back a little bit here, we'll take that average statistic here of 1 in 900,000. So right now that would be then if we take 900,000, or sorry, if we take 100% and divide that by 9,000, we're getting about a 0.01% chance, and that is at a current rate. If there was a chance of you summoning a demon, we're right now at a 0.01% chance of you summoning a demon will masturbate. If you right now did happen to masturbate and summon forth a demon. But that is very small odds, I feel like, any kind of percentage-wise. I mean, the percentage of getting attacked by a shark is what? Let's go.
You're not looking it up, no.
So the percentage of being attacked by a shark in the ocean if you swim.
Thanks for tuning in to FurCast. I've been your host, the Team Paradox Red Wolf. We're going to end the show.
So attacked by a shark by swimming percentage-wise.
Say your name, Pharaoh.
I have been your fabulous, asexual, Blue Fox host, Pharaoh.
You fucked it up. You fucked it up.
I was gonna say we could actually get Revenant on this and make a detailed statistical diagram of the amount of time it takes to summon a gay demon.
This is the Zana Broadcasting Network.
Okay. Show's over.
I wasn't ready.
I wasn't ready.
For the statistical analysis of summoning gay demons. Well, actually, would it be a gay demon? Because what happens in that sense if you were summoning, just go into town and you summoned a straight demon? Would that be upsetting to you? I feel like that would be upsetting to you. Because how do you interact with a straight demon then?
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm not paying attention at all.
Because now you summoned that 0.01% chance of summoning a demon, and now you had that 50% chance of getting a gay or a straight demon, and you get a straight demon. Like, how unlucky are you at that point in time?
I don't
Are
know.
you lucky that you summoned a demon, or unlucky that you summoned a straight demon? And can you really even do anything with a straight demon at that point? I need someone here to help me. This is why I need CJ. I feel like I'm at a very hard discrepancy of discussion
Sophos, I'm sorry. I know you do these title recommendations, but why would you think we would make the show title "Hands Up, Don't Shoot"? No. Masturbating with a gun. No, remove that one. Yes, the FurCast chat is locked. Temporarily. So Sophos, there you go. All right. I don't even know what to do now. What do you want to do? Because let me put it this way. I'm really fucking tired right now, but I'm going to be up all night because after you leave, I'm going to be upgrading the PF Sense box for the studio. Because I really want to get that done tonight.
I have work tomorrow, so,
Oh, did you want to go out to eat at all?
Not really. The sore throat has been kind of killing me tonight.
All right.
I was thinking about it, but, like, just dying. I have Chinese at home, too, and I really want some Chinese. I'm going to go to town on that Chinese food.
Oh, yeah?
Like, I'm just going to... And just like, General Tao is just going to invade my stomach.
Nice.
He and his whole army.
Guys, the voting is open. Never mind. I already know. I feel like we got to make the show title "Slow Motion Car Crash."
I would. We didn't even talk about like MCFC and my balloon.
Yeah, we didn't. I mentioned it and you never continued it, so
I missed that you said
I mentioned it twice actually.
I remember you mentioning it before the show started, and then I completely forgot when we were actually talking about it during the show.
Oh yeah.
Which there was enough to say in tonight's show that I feel like that was irrelevant.
We're fine, yeah.
So like I feel like next show I got stories from MCFC for everyone.
Yeah.
But
everything's all yeah. Good show. Lots of fun with you guys. Slow Motion Car Crash is a good one. And shout out to Jesse for doing the shout outs with me. That was a lot of fun.
What was happening in the chat room while I was reading? Spam attack?
Yeah. That we couldn't stop because we don't have any administrator in the chat room right now. Well, we have chat room administrators, we don't have any network administrators. So we just set the room to private only. What car crashed? Clay, you would have had to see the news article. No, there wasn't a car that crashed. When do I upload FurCast to YouTube? Really depends. Sometimes
the book is blue.
Sometimes FurCast gets uploaded. Usually I upload it like a day before, but I don't make it public until I post the episode. Sometimes it can take up to a week to post a FurCast episode because sometimes YouTube flips shit over copyright and stuff. So it really just depends.
Can I just say that the breaking the power of soul ties, lust, and sexual demons?
You were gonna interrupt the best part of the song. I'm sorry. What did you have to say?
The book breaking power, soul ties, lust, and sexual demons is blue.
I
can't.
I'm not even.
I can't take it right now. This is so perfect. I'm sorry. I need this book now.
Oh yeah.
Oh, the story of my fucking life here. Oh, you.
Derpski. No. So, FurCast episodes are posted everywhere. Like usually a few days after the show. It takes a few days. Especially if YouTube freaks out about copyright, because then I have to actually edit the video, and editing 3 hours of high definition video sucks. Rendering it sucks, and uploading it sucks. Even though I have a 100 megabit upload on the one internet connection. Speaking of which, I think our secondary internet connection actually went down tonight. Not that it mattered because we weren't using it. But
Time Warner or Verizon?
The one on Time Warner went down, I believe. Can you like talk to somebody at work and have them get me a like a Metro Ethernet link to the data center in Buffalo, the Central Logic data center? Because I've been in that data center before, and I would love to get like a Hurricane Electric link there. And if I could get a good deal on a Metro link, we could totally have gigabit internet, and it would be fucking reliable as hell. And I really want it. And I believe the HFC, even though there's a node down the street, I believe the fiber does extend all the way down. I think.
You have to message me. I'll have to see what it takes to get.
Could you pull a Metro link just like? I know they only offered it to businesses though, so we might have to actually make a business.
Oh God, no, we're not doing that because the support is horrible.
For the business support, not that, but I know I've had to deal with it before.
Oh God.
Yeah.
But
I just mean that if we could get a Metro link to Central Logic, we could get gigabit internet, and then I could have Hurricane Electric as our ISP. That would be fucking amazing. Because Hurricane Electric is I believe they're in the Meet Me room in Central Logic.
House first.
Actually, wait. Let me look on Central Logic's website and see if they're in the Meet Me room. Hold on, I need to look up locations. Oh, I'm curious now. Map. Where's the map? Where's the map? Shit! They're not in Buffalo. Damn it. Damn it. We'd have native IPv6 too. Oh my god, that'd be so nice. I think
the descriptions of this book, Paradox, are
amazing. Oh man. Do you know what is available in Buffalo?
Tier 3 or level 3?
Cogent Co. I refuse. I refuse to give Cogent Co money. I don't even give a shit. They literally, especially the shit that they're pulling by not peering IPv6 with Hurricane Electric because they want money for it. I don't even care. I apologize to anybody who works for Cogent Co, but your company pisses me off. I refuse to give them money.
Why are you?
I will. Wait. Level 3. I'm pretty sure level. I remember working with level 3 when I worked for the data center. I bet.
Remember when we searched up the building in Buffalo?
Imagine. Why don't I just go to Central Logic's website?
There's a level 3 building in Buffalo.
Well, I know that there's level 3 in Buffalo, but I don't know if they're in the Meet Me room of this specific data center that I know, because that's where I'd want the Metro link to. You know what's funny? Is this picture of the data center, see all those cabs and everything? All that fiber? This was all owned by the company that I work for. Right here. Random pictures I'm showing Pharaoh.
Why are you having strange experiences when you sleep at night? Strange dreams where someone enters your bedroom and has sex with you? Dreams about having sex with snakes?
I think I have a picture on my phone of all of the peering when I worked for... I have a picture of like all the S-flow graphs from all the Juniper gear somewhere in here. I'll find it later. I'll deal with it later. But anyway, I'm really curious who's in the Meet Me room because I would.
Why do you get an eerie sensation that someone is watching you when you masturbate in the privacy of your own bedroom, even though no one else is around? These are these questions that can be answered in this book.
We're gonna have to find a room for MFF. It's gonna be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, will be interesting.
I'm buying this book.
Oh yeah?
This book is going to our studio. Diva Goddess Queen, breaking the power of soul ties, lust, and sexual demons.
The connection seems fine now. Let me check the one modem. Oh, so the backup modem's good. Kind of screaming on upstream, but we're okay there. How is the other modem? Oh god, screaming on upload. Holy shit. Ugh, I don't think the chipset in the... Oh god, we're failing on... Yep, this was the issue right here. UPCM failed. Yeah, the CMTS can't hear the modem, and the modem can't go any higher, because the chipset in this modem can't do, or the radio in the modem can't do past 52 decibels upstream, so 52.21 decibels upstream.
That's fascinating to me. So that means you have a bad return going.
It means you have a bad return, but we're going to an amplifier, so look at the downstream. So,
so it's a one-way amplifier.
Right.
There are two-way amplifiers that they can actually increase the outband.
Are they DOCSIS aware, or do they just amplify all frequencies? Because that could get really bad.
Let's see.
I forget how that works. How a two-way amplifier for
animatronic. It's what Time Warner can.
Yeah, you could pull it up.
Onyx, I think.
Can't remember. Oh my God, Centaur Central has a ton of posts. CentaurCentral.tumblr.com has a ton of posts for Draw Centaur Day. They have tons of stuff going on. This modem's only been up for... That's really weird. This is the modem that has the modified firmware on it, so I'm not sure if it's like...
So search... I love these, to be honest, because these are like a 0 dB gain amplifiers.
Right.
Search Anatronics amplifier.
What is it?
Antronic, IX.
Yeah. Because it bothers me how unstable this connection is, even because our
ANT, so An, then Tron, then IX. Please, I don't know what you're fucking doing.
IX. There we go. Intronics amplifier. There we go. Fordham return amplifier. Oh, cool. Oh yeah, I've seen these. Yeah, these are similar to the ones that I have. I'm not sure. It's just weird because I'm getting data back from the CMTS. Oh, that's it, trying to hit me with SNMP, which I block. So, I block all of Time Warner's SNMP requests
when it goes back to the CMTS.
Right.
It's always supposed to hit. It's hitting a thing before the CMTS, and it's pretty much every signal that goes into the CMTS needs to be at the same level.
Right.
So
it then tells your modem adjust your level.
Adjust your level.
Yeah.
And then it'll bring it up, which is funny because I'm trying to think if the return at the pole is like plus 20. As soon as it hits the line.
It's negotiating BPI encryption, so like it definitely, it must be making some kind of handshake. What the fuck? I hate these logs. This firmware is terrible. Oh, lifetime. It's cool. Anyway, we'll look into that in a little while. Yeah, good stuff. Our GPON has been nice and stable though, which is good. I'm very happy with that. Oh, sorry, random tech talk about... Sorry, guys.
I'm bored.
I'm sorry. Someone's... I like the actual sound, though, of this.
So speaking of sound, did I tell you that we're gonna completely redo the audio mixing computer soon?
No.
Yeah, we're gonna switch over to... I gotta get all my VSTFX over and move over to Reaper.
Listen to this car.
I have to listen to the car
diagram. No, because I'm enjoying it.
That's kind of cool. All right, cool.
And then of course, because everything on the internet needs to be remixed.
Yeah, it gets remixed.
Wait for it.
Oh god. Oh my god, no. And it's a trap song. Okay, nope, not even giving that the time of day. There.
I hate trap, but it was worth it.
Oh, God, I'm tired. I have a random recordings of an office with creepy music. I have so much ambient music. So much ambient music. I collect ambient music. I gotta update our PF Sense box.
be salty.
Oh yeah.
Scooters for the frail, not for the whale.
Oh God.
I hate fat people on scooters. No offense.
I'm
to
hoping
fat
that there will be no issues with our PF Sense upgrade. I got to go from 2.6 to 2.3. They redid the whole interface in Bootstrap. It's really beautiful. It's a really, really nice interface. But I just haven't done the upgrade because I don't know. Most of the bugs are with packages, so I don't think it'll affect us too much. But that's what I'm going to be doing tonight.
Prox the Proxel favorite was my sex demon.
Wow. Oh, Cheetah Paws tweeted about FurCast. That's awesome. I'm gonna retweet that on all of our accounts.
Cuba favorite was turned into John Madden.
It's just a picture of you next to your bulge. Wow, that's great. Yeah, somebody was just asking. We switched the clock on the lower third to UTC because I figured it'd be more relevant because...
Do you remember when I was in
the clock always would say 8 p.m. But okay, that's useful for us, but only 10, 20% of you are in the same time zone. So it just says, it doesn't even say 8 p.m. Eastern, it would just say 8. So it's 8 where? That doesn't apply to most of you. So I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna make the clock UTC because
it was nice when people could see what time it was in our studio.
Well, they can when I view your camera because our local time is behind you on the NTP clock.
Oh, okay.
Yep. By the way, that clock is perfectly synced. I want to show you guys something really cool. I'm gonna show you guys something that is nerdy for me, but I think it's cool. Okay, so I have an app on my phone, and it ticks every 1 second, and this app syncs with a bunch of NTP servers. So I'll show that. Let me just, whoops. Yeah, try to, let's see, can I hit, there we go. Okay, so so you guys can see this app right here, right? Now I'm gonna fade this over with Pharaoh's camera, and, nope. I need to do this. There we go. Okay, so you guys can see the clock next to Pharaoh, and you can see my phone. Now, my phone is wirelessly synced. So check out how perfectly in sync those are. Now, you'll notice that there's a tiny bit of delay between the clocks. That's actually not a real delay. That's actually just the delay in the video feed. One of the cameras is slightly more delayed because it has to go through an HD-SDI converter. So what you see is the two clocks being effectively perfectly synced. And that's because... whoa, really messed up stuff. Right, there we go. So that's because that clock pulls from an NTP server that I run locally, which syncs with the whole NTP pool. So it's kind of annoying that it's a Stratum 2 server, or that's Stratum 2, but this is Stratum 1, and it's just really cool to view all that stuff. And unfortunately, it only uses SNTP, so it's never going to get more than 50 milliseconds of within never more than 50 milliseconds accuracy. You kind of have that little window there, which kind of sucks. But yeah, if anybody really cares about accurate time, install a third-party NTP client on your computer. Okay, if you're Windows, OS X does it very well because it's BSD, and BSD just in general handles time very well. Linux depends on your distro, but make sure to check NTP settings because some of the settings that they use for default NTP are kind of eh. But in Windows, Microsoft actually never even invented the time sync in Windows to be accurate. It was only supposed to be accurate within 15 minutes originally because that was how much you needed for Kerberos syncing for being on a Windows domain and syncing the certificate and stuff. So if you care about accurate time, and I'm talking about accurate time down to the second, right? If you don't care if your clock's 10 seconds off, fine. But if you want your clock to be milliseconds of accuracy, just completely replace the NTP client. And if you just Google search, there's a great guide on also how to do an NTP server with a Raspberry Pi. But it's actually really cool. They recommend actually doing kernel mode PPS with a GPS receiver, and you can get ridiculously accurate time, even below milliseconds, like even down to microseconds. But it takes a lot of work and stuff because some of the native setups for Raspberry Pi are not very good at handling time. And someone in the chat mentioned WWVB, and the only problem with that is the signal's kind of I mean, it's WWVB's cool. I have a lot of respect for that method of doing time, but it's so much cooler if you can have like a GPS receiver and get even more accurate time from that, and then run that as a Stratum 1 server for your network, which I just think is you learn a lot more by doing that than you do by just buying a clock that does WWVB, type stuff. And maybe not necessarily WWVB depending on where you live, but yeah, techie shit. I love talking techie shit. I probably should make a show for that at some point.
You probably should get a house for that.
Yeah, we probably should get a house. We really do need to get it. Did you know that one house we were looking at in Anglo still, or wherever it is, Derby is still for sale?
I like that one.
Yeah, I know.
wanted to see the inside, though.
I know. I called them once for an open house. They said, we're not sure when there's an open house, and I just never called them back again. I don't know if they're like maybe if we call them and just say we're pre-approved, maybe that'll suddenly make them interested.
I can get pre-approved probably in a day right now, so.
Yeah. Why don't we, do you want to just like pick a day and do that? Take care of that? Like,
my wife's going to be in town this weekend.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, in that case, why don't we go looking at houses with your wife? That'd be great. We could do that. Because there's oh, by the way, did I tell you, did you see that there are a bunch of houses for sale right next to the head end for
No.
Yeah. Right in that neighborhood, there's a bunch for sale, and they're all cheap as fuck because Lackawanna
is a really cheap neighborhood, to be honest.
Lackawanna property taxes are really low. And also, you saw the image of the, I think I showed you too, right? The subway that closed.
Oh yeah.
And so there's a subway nearby where one of the clients where I work at, and it says the subway's closed, and there's a sign in the window that says, due to the increase in minimum wage, this location had to close. And I'm like, what? Like, first of all, the minimum wage hasn't even increased in New York State. It's $9 an hour, and it's going to increase by 50 cents. They had 2 employees. Are you seriously telling me you can't pay $30 more a week for your employees? That's if you had 3 employees. Just why? I don't understand. That was so fucking dumb. That was so fucking stupid. Oh, this location's been closed due to the increase in minimum wage. Yeah. Nice try, franchise owner. You're an asshole. That was just... God, that
Someone
got
drew
to me.
us.
Oh, a lot of people draw us.
Commander does gaming.
Oh, jeez. I'll retweet him as soon as I see him. The minimum wage is not jumping to $15 an hour. It's going to slowly increase to $15 an hour.
So maybe by the end of the year, it'll be like $12.15.
No, I don't even think that. It's really slow. I think it's like 50 cents every like so many months. I thought.
Might be like 2 years, then it would be $12.15.
I could see that in 2 years, $12.15. But yeah, it's like 50 cents over like many, many months.
I love the fact that people are complaining about it, and they're like, "Oh, it's getting up."
You wouldn't want to increase it that fast anyway, because it can make taxes hectic. So
Hero Telegram, please.
And guys, like, it's not even about the opinion on like raising minimum wage. I know people have varying opinions on that. It's literally it's stupid that a freaking Subway franchise owner was like, this location is closed because of the increase in minimum wage. What the fuck? That's just dumb. Like, to put that sign in the window. Like, I could see, sorry, this location is, closed. Thank you for your patronage or something like that. But no, this is closed because of the increase in minimum wage. Really? That's just not. And it was in a high rent location too. So like, that's really why it was closed, is because it was a bad location and there wasn't anybody ever in there, not because of minimum wage increased. Oh God.
A platypus is called a duck puppy.
Duck puppy. That's pretty good. And as for does a minimum wage increase do good, it really depends on the status of the rest of the economy in the area. There's actually been plenty of studies done on that from places that have increased the minimum wage more, and also countries outside of the U.S. that have increased minimum wage. They're really fascinating. In certain cases, it's amazing, and in certain cases, it can actually destroy the economy in the area. So it really depends. If you're really curious about it, NPR actually did a really good special on it on their All Things Considered. So I think if you just search All Things Considered and then NPR or wage increase study, you might be able to find it. Or let me know if you can't find it. I can probably link people to it, but it was really, really cool. I've seen that. It was really funny. We're going off to the land of furry to draw dicks or whatever. It was funny.
Gee, I really like to get back into commission business, but I'm not sure where to start. Did someone say commissions flop?
Yeah. Dick flops, yeah.
Oh my god, who are you? Well, I'm your furry godmother. I'm here to bring you forth so many new commissions. Whoa, what? Come with me, young artist. Where are we going? To draw dicks.
On a rainbow. That was funny. Anyway, what are we doing? What am I doing with my life?
I need to go home and die.
You need to go home and die? Don't go home.
Metaphorically.
Metaphorically. Oh, man. I've been so obsessed with Boom Boom Satellites lately.
Oh, I love Boom Boom Satellites.
I have every one of their albums. I've been so just all over it. And this song, too. I love the main lyric of this song. You know what I just realized? We never stopped recording on YouTube. It's still going. Tell you what, YouTube, you get a post show.
You get a post show, and you get a post show.
And you get a post show.
Everyone gets a post show.
Yeah.
We end now.
Something like that. Motherfucker, I'll be back from the dead soon. The track is called Hollow Moon by A Wallow Nation. So good. One of the other songs that I had queued for tonight that I never played. It's so good. It's so groovy. AWOL Nation, not A Wallow. Sorry, AWOL Nation. Good old Professor Click. I had so much other good stuff in here. Oh, God. The good old Beating Hearts. This was played at Anthrocon at the dance. My first year at Anthrocon. I lost my shit when I heard this song. It's so good. Figure we might as well end on a high note, play some good music, you know? So good. Good groovy music. This is Beating Hearts, the Blende extended mix by Ocelot. If you just search Beating Hearts in the Friday Night Tech track list, you'll find it.
Beating hearts beat still, because there's no one left that's real. We must save our love for when it might come back.
Such good. And then, of course, a song about an erection. This song. Good old The Faint.
It's a scene from a movie. It's an aisle at the store. It's the view of a canyon. The sound of the sword. It's an orchard of beaches. Your wife in the shower. Why are you waiting?
It's literally a song about an erection.
It boiled up like a town.
Listen to the lyrics.
A monument in the park. It's the cock of a rifle. A memory in the dark. You tried to keep it a secret. Another world's gonna know. You tried for perfection, but then erection.
You guys are listening to FurCast live on XBN. Thank you for tuning in. I think we're about ready to go here. Let me just see if I can find our one song that we've been ending on lately that everybody seems to like. Oh, found it. I've been your host of Senior Production, Red Wolf.
I have been your fabulous, kind of sickly Blue Fox host, Pharaoh.
I think we did a good show. For it being just you and me, I think we pulled it off.
Especially with my sore throat.
Yeah.
Dildos call collect straight into Satan's home.
Call collect. That's another term that youngsters probably won't get. Anybody who's younger than us probably will be like, what's a collect call? You know?
To accept a collect call from Satan.
Yeah. Anyway, all right, guys. Thank you for... What was the NTP time thing for Windows? Hold on, let me just find that really quick. Server. Let me just see if I can find the... Here we go. Sat signal. And then let me find... Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I am going to link in chat, for anybody who's technically wants to learn about this, link in chat to satsignal.eu, a really fantastic website that this guy, this kind of older guy in the UK runs. And this guy is fucking obsessed with time. This guy's literally this guy's father time. Like, I swear to God.
No, this guy is father time.
This guy is father time. And he's amazing. And he has tons of guides on running like making a Stratum 1 server out of a Raspberry Pi. But you can also see that he talks about setup on Windows. So actually, you know, I'll just link it. Setting up NTP on Windows. I'll link that a few times as well. When was the first time I went to AC? 2010. Yeah, he basically provides a great guide for how to basically turn off the time service in Windows and install it's essentially the Linux NTP client ported for Windows. And it works really well. And he talks about how to configure it and how to view that it's working and use NTPQ, NTPDQ, I think is what it is. Yeah, the NTP daemon query is what it is. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah. But anyway, unrelated to Linux, I have a BSD server to update once we're done with the show. So that's what we're probably going to get up to. Thank you guys for tuning in. I've been your host, Stephen Paradox the Wolf. We'll see you soon.
Bye.